this is over, right? Like this was clearly like Ilya and the EAs like appointing someone that is inclined to their side. It was clearly not done with sort of like shareholder interests or input. Obviously, Microsoft would prefer to do business with Sam or someone they appoint. Yeah, no, I think this is a really bad scenario. Obviously, I don't know how permanent Emmett is, but all I know is that this course started off kind of open and completely decayed between like Emmett and I, and he's blocked me, so I can't even. Apparently, he's still trying to do dunks on me and still thinks about me a lot. I don't think about him at all until today. So
just real quick to speak to the kind of person he is. I mean, I sat down with him for 2 hours. I got him I brought a very nice bottle of whiskey, which we drank. And we talked for 2 hours, had perfectly pleasant conversation, and he blocked me too.
Yeah, same. I had extensive, like friendly conversation in person. My first night in SF, he's the first person to DM me. Let's grab a drink, and that was great. But we had some disagreements about he was talking about paperclip maximizers. Was trying to explain to him it's not plausible from laws of physics, and but he was just like it wasn't like he wasn't budging, and I could feel very sharp priors of like the canonical sort of EA position that we're not going to budge. And I was like, okay. And so, yeah, he's very stubborn. And I mean, obviously, like he is a competent CEO, right? Like, I mean, he ran Twitch quite successfully, right? So I don't think he's going to run the company in the ground, but in terms of like pushing it on the ideological spectrum is definitely in the wrong direction. And so, yeah, I don't know. This takes me by quite a bit of surprise. I was hoping for something more neutral, but it's not over, right? It's not over yet. There might be a second order effect here in terms of, taking control of the board and so on. Yeah, the situation seems to be still fluid. I mean, they had to appoint someone by Monday Open that I don't know how the decision was made. We don't have all the context, right? I'm still trying to read up on how this happened. But,
in a lot of ways, when stuff like this happens, typically you reach for the person that you can control, right? That you're going to hire the guy that will listen to you, that will kowtow to you, that will obey the board of directors. And, whoever can genuflect the most in the interview, whoever can promise, yes, you're my overlord. Yes, you're my master. I will do as you say, Ilya. I'll do as you say, Helen. You're the boss of me. And trust me, you can hire me because I will do everything you say. I don't want to end up like Sam. That kind of person gets the job. And it's sycophantic, but it's true. And it's how corporate America works. And it's how great organizations die. And I think what's going to happen, and, I'll pass it over to Technam because I saw him. So I wanted to say something, but I think what's going to happen, I'll just pick on healthcare for a second, but I'll give a couple other. You're going to ask ChatGPT, hey, tell me something about tuberculosis. Sorry, I can't do that. You can only get that kind of information from a physician. And then you're going to ask it,
yeah, sorry, I think you cut out there.
Just real quick, you can ask ChatGPT, hey, I'm in a lawsuit. What's a habeas corpus mean? What's mean? And it's going to say, sorry, we can't tell you that either. It's dangerous. You got to call a lawyer, and that type of stuff. Hey, how do I kill a Linux process? No, you can't kill anything, and we're not going to help you because you might be hacking something. So we can't tell you that either. It's going to be so lobotomized that I don't think we're going to be able to use them anymore. Let's skip over to Technium. I'm talking too much.
I just want to say that there's like zero chance that he can match or get anywhere close to like the vision that Sam had, and I think that'll be like the biggest reason for OpenAI's downfall here.
I mean, Twitch was to a lot of people nirvana. It was a successful exit that made a hero. I don't view it that way. Twitch Twitch was okay. I don't think it was, a huge success. It's not really clear how well Amazon's done with it. It's sort of like, not the biggest win in the history of the internet. Quite frankly, there are about 100 Twitch-sized successes. More than that, I think a lot of other people would have been interested to be the CEO here. A lot of people probably I wouldn't like either, but like Eric Schmidt is an example of somebody that, look, I mean, the guy, look, on paper, he'll make Google. I mean, that's a big fucking deal. That's a lot more than Emmett Shear. So, I don't, necessarily throw my hat into the like, well, Emmett's pretty good kind of sphere, because I just, quite frankly, I built and exited a company as big as Emmett did. So am I qualified to run OpenAI? It's if all it takes is you built $1 billion company. I mean, there's a lot of people that have that on their resume. I think it's the question of like, will you listen to these people, and are you as EA a doomer as they are? And Emmett is.
Yeah, I think Emmett, like, Martin, I ran with TTS Labs and stuff that's like intimately within the Twitch industry and everything for about 2 years. And I think I've been thinking a lot in the past 20 minutes about like, why would they pick Emmett out of all people? But I think maybe one of the like benefits of picking Emmett is when he was running Twitch, like, sure, Twitch wasn't very good in terms of taking user suggestion and really improving things over time or anything like that. Just, over the span of the past 5 years and stuff, Twitch has just been very stagnant. But maybe that's kind of why he would be a good interim CEO, because he's not somebody that goes around touching everything, like wanting to change things. He's just good at kind of maintaining things how they are, and maybe that's exactly what they want in the meantime.
It's probably what they wanted, but I don't think that it'll take OpenAI very far.
Yeah, I think he's interim right now, though, right? I guess we don't know, but I hope he's just.
Wasn't Mira supposed to be interim? So like this would be like the actual official CEO.
I assume it's permanent.
I think you can. Okay. In that case, forget everything I said.
And LEJ, you work with a lot of people that are like creators on Twitch. Like, didn't you say that a lot of them did not have great feelings about this guy?
That is true, but yeah, that's true. But at the end of the day, like, it's not like he exactly kind of made anything worse at Twitch over time, I would say. I think it's just a matter of issues existing on Twitch that kind of always existed, and maybe in some aspects kind of like grew worse because maybe certain communities became worse for this or that. But I don't think there's necessarily any big like feature changes or anything on Twitch over the years that like significantly made things worse. But it should be better though. Yeah. It just they have no competition really. So I guess there wasn't the super strong incentives to make it significantly better either.
Well, where do we go from here? We just support Sam's NewCo.
Yeah, and, actually.
I mean, yeah, I think like they're not going to struggle to attract talent. That's for sure. Imagine I think there's a lot of talent that's like, oh man, I wish I could have gone to work for OpenAI in the early days. Like now you have a prior that it's going to be highly successful, and even if it's worth a few billion, it's going to scale up to 100, if not a trillion, because you have Greg Brockman and freaking Sam Altman raising for you. So I don't know. It makes a lot of sense that you go work for, XAI or Sam NewCo or, Perplexity or Amjad's company, Replit, or, to work with Technim. Like now it seems like the playing field is more evened out, I think. And I think that's good. That's going to improve sort of variance and sort of entropy in terms of like if you sample within a certain band of performance of the LLMs, like you'll have more players within that band rather than just kind of like one leader that's far and away the best. That being said, I don't know if Karpathy and Wojciech and Ilya are still at OpenAI, or OpenAI Classic, let's call it, then I mean they can still cook, right? Even if they have a useful idiot as CEO, and not that he's an idiot, but like he's kind of a tool, right, to them, as like, okay, he's an ideologically aligned person that we just put in place.
I can't see Karpathy staying here. I mean, this isn't.
This
guy was working. Yeah, I mean, this guy was working for Elon Musk 6 months ago, right?
Maybe now we go back to Elon. I don't know.
now he's working for Emmett Shear. It's not the move I'd like to see.
I agree with you, Martin. Yeah.
Dude, OpenAI SV Sam Vision.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's really crazy. I mean, I think that this is going to be, one of the hardest things to pull off for Emmett, and he's got his work cut out for him. He did brag to me about how Twitch almost went bankrupt many, many times, and this is their perseverance, from the Justin TV days, kind of their perseverance and willingness to hang in there is kind of what got them through to the other side. But I think that, this is a fundamentally different business. It is a consumer-facing business on one side, but the more valuable business is the API and working with Microsoft and constant innovation. The demand of that innovation level is going to change pretty dramatically. And again, all these folks were repurposed to become software developers from AI researchers, and apparently they didn't love that. But I think a good chunk of the company is out of here. I talked to one insider just yesterday who said that, after this debacle is, going to be restored to Sam, they were going to try to fix the board and the big problem, systemic problem they have with this board of directors. Well, that person, again, who's basically responsible for the entire code writing business of OpenAI, which I believe is a decent chunk of their success, comes from the fact that programmers use OpenAI quite a bit. This person is, I think, no interest in staying at the company. And so a lot of these systems will atrophy and fail over time. Software has a lot of entropy. You have to maintain software, and especially in changing environments, changing hardware and things like that. And it's hard to maintain software when the person who wrote it leaves. It's extremely hard. One of the other couple of people I talked to at OpenAI said that, the infrastructure of the company is changing daily. Mira, trying to keep up with demand. This is the kind of stuff that makes me wonder, not only have they stopped signups, but I wonder if they actually start rolling back things like rate limits and stuff like that. And, if you read the article in The Atlantic, the employees of OpenAI thought they'd have 100,000 users of their product within the first week. In the first week, they crossed many millions. I think that, the people that want to do research and like the idea of publishing and presenting it and, ICML and stuff like that, this is their dream company again. But it's not a company that can really build and focus on product, which is the kind of company a lot of people want to work at. It's almost like working at Mira or UToronto or NYU. OpenAI raised around 100 million to have that kind of configuration, but they were able to raise billions when they started to productize. So now, if you're sitting in OpenAI, you have to ask yourself, well, where's the money going to come from? I think Microsoft walks away, by the way. I think Microsoft is, going to terminate their deal, possibly even Monday. And just say we're out. We're not going to give you any more compute. We're not going to give you any more money. You're on your own. We don't need you. We can work with Llama. We can work with Llama 3. Microsoft has been hedging all along. They referred to OpenAI as just another customer. So we're both guys that were very cordial with this guy. I think me probably a lot more so than Beff. And he's proverbially shut us down by blocking us. I've never said a cross word to the guy. I thought we had a great conversation. We were laughing and joking and even talking about like different investments and stuff like that. And we have some strong mutual friends. And then, oh, you're blocked. I don't like your anti-doomerism. You're making too much fun of us. And I never said anything bad about Emmett. And now here we are blocked. So Anthropic will cut off your API key if they don't like you, or if you say something bad about them. So now what's going to happen with OpenAI? Is that what's coming to us, or other content restrictions? Like, it's just a bit of a disaster. And I don't see them, they just hired this brilliant man, James Becker, who is a text-to-speech king, diffusion model king. And, they kind of released this, half-hearted TTS API. I don't see that surviving. What's the point? What's the point of rolling out any new products? You're going to see the GPT store killed. Apparently that was like a real kind of thorn in the side of the board. You're going to see, all that extra stuff kind of killed. And I don't think they even want to be a product company at all. So really scary stuff. Amjad, CEO of Replit, is joining us. Really scary stuff here.
Yeah, I just wonder now if it's correct to think about Anthropic and OpenAI as one company, basically, right? Because
absolutely,
because Dario and team left because they wanted to kind of slow down, and basically, actually, I'll just share it in this space now. But Austin Allred just retweeted a tweet from Emmett saying that I'm in favor of slowing down, which is sort of like pausing, except to slowing down. And if we're at a speed of 10, pause is 0, I would aim for 1 or 2. And you just said that he was a consultant at Anthropic, and so I think between these two boards, with the EAs and the boards, and with this kind of thinking, I mean, they're forming one block, and it's almost like it could be a cartel against anyone who might oppose this ideology.
I think the capitalists in the room, it's arguably the best thing that could happen for us. Nothing makes me happier than seeing an archive paper without a product and sitting there and saying, okay, how do we kind of reverse engineer this and productize it and get something out before whoever or whomever. And oftentimes they feel like, okay, this innovation wouldn't be a company, it's going to be too small, or we're just the research team, we're not the product team, et cetera, and they don't really think about productizing it. And the more labs throwing out work for us to do, the better. OpenAI kind of wanted to be that, right? They didn't want to make ChatGPT. They wanted to make an API, and then somebody else would make ChatGPT. And they're sort of drumming their fingers and waiting, and then said, you know what, screw it, let's make our own ChatGPT. It was a hit product, but they didn't want to do the platform and the product, right? They just wanted to do the platform, and that was sort of I think the promise and compromise that Sam had with the researchers. And then he sort of made the platform. Then he started, you know what, let's make some products. And then he went even sort of crazier, where he started talking about, let's start making infrastructure too. Why not make a phone? Why not make our own chips? Why not take over the world? And that's, by the way, what every great entrepreneur dreams of. It's the goal, it's the vision, it's the future, it's what you want, it's what you live for, it's what you die for. But in case of this, you have maybe one of the worst, most tragic stories ever. I remember being asked to meet with my board of directors, two of my directors in my own office, and when they told me that the company I built with my own hands, that was worth close to $1 billion, was now going to be not in charge of, I wouldn't be in charge of it anymore. That it'd be them, people I barely knew, that would be controlling it. I'd hired every single person, discovered every drug in the pipeline, et cetera, did every deal. It was heartbreaking. It was really heartbreaking. I don't know if it gets more heartbreaking the more successful it is. I think it does. And the best book about this is The History of the Future by Blake Harris. And it tells a story about Palmer Luckey. And Blake had unusually good access to all the players in the room. And he was able to sort of write a narrative that is so terrifying and heartbreaking. And I talked to Palmer just a week or two ago, and he's still not over it. He's still not over it. I don't think I'll ever be over what happened to me. Not only did my board fire me for no reason, they made up a reason, which we litigated on. They had to pay me close to $10 million when I proved that I was right. And in court, I proved I was right as well. They got me arrested. So, it was a really quite a number to put on somebody. And these boards and their lawyers that work with them are ruthless, and they have no emotions. They have no feelings. They don't feel bad about anything. They're dare I say, Allah forgive me, they're worse than even journalists.
Yeah, I mean, worth asking, like, what is a board and what is the utility of a board, and especially board made up completely of the PMC class, the laptop class, the class with no skin in the game, the prior Twitter board with people with no shares, they don't even tweet, and now you have a board at OpenAI that seemingly are not even technologists, with the exception of Adam. And the outside independents are just seemingly like, philosophers or theorists or activists or something of that nature. And then the board is like by design has no skin in the game. So like they could totally bring the value of the company to zero, and they would feel no financial impact of that. And so this is
Amjad, they may even think they did a great thing.
right. Yeah, it's the charter to stop, unfettered AI. It's yes.
This is like when the New York Times said there are unfettered conversations happening on Clubhouse.
I don't understand how you can like dedicate your life to trying to produce AGI and also be a D-cell. It's just like it doesn't, like, the mental gymnastics doesn't compute for me as just like, yeah, no, it just doesn't work. So it's like, what, they reach near AGI now, they want to pause it, they want to pause development or slow it down, and slow it down for everyone, right? And that's their goal, right? But like, those people are instrumental, useful idiots to people that want power, because like, oh great, you created something extremely valuable. You want to keep it behind closed doors and have an effective monopoly or an oligopoly and keep this sort of technology exclusive, right? That's an awesome power gradient. I would love that. You know what? I will help you get your legislation you want, Mr. Doomer. That sounds great. I'll help you, and in exchange, I get exclusivity to use it. In private, of course. I'll make it safe. I don't know. It's just so fucking weird, man. Like, it just doesn't compute. I'm still not over everything that just happened. Like, I thought Sam was gonna win back the board and was gonna pull, rod from God with Satya, basically, and take over the company and go full EAC. But no, this is really, really disappointing news. And I'm again, like, I'm just gonna support mimetically Sam's new co, especially if they try to absolutely shred the D-Cell co, which is what I call Lindy, or OpenAI Classic is now D-Cell co.
I don't feel as bad for Sam as I do for the rest. So Sam's a billionaire, right? Let's not shed too many tears for him. Of course, I feel bad for him because I've been in the room of exactly what's just happened to him, and I certainly haven't done it through spaces.
Well, I mean, the sad thing about it is not any financial issue. It's how much blood, sweat, and tears kind of went into this. The first time I met Sam, so Replit was actually recruited to do YC because we didn't never get on the interview, and then Sam one day, like in 2017, texted me on DMs me on Twitter and is like, "Hey, we're really interested in what you're doing. Can you come meet me at the OpenAI office?" And I remember meeting him in 2017, and the company, I think, was still kind of this small, scrappy nonprofit, and kind of seeing him through all of this, and whether you agree with what he did around the nonprofit to for-profit sort of switch, or with the Microsoft relationship, and you can certainly criticize a lot of that stuff, but it took a lot of work and a lot of sort of the fundraising that they've done is on a level Silicon Valley has not seen, especially from a private company. So I think all of that, the loss there is not just the financial loss. It's like how much you sacrifice to kind of get something going, and he certainly sacrificed his role at YC as well. And so, and then that's sort of the thank you get. But I think the silver lining here is that this was a looming threat, not just to OpenAI, but to just the industry as a whole. I think that the founding stories of both Anthropic and OpenAI are things that are that are really bad precedent for Silicon Valley. This idea that you can pervert sort of the way we do capitalism and kind of create these superstructures that are guiding these companies in a way that's sort of alien to anything we've done in the history of free markets was an experiment. And I think the silver lining here is that the experiment has failed. And just don't build weird ass companies. Just like build like regular companies and like be super ambitious and okay, yeah, you want to be ethical, you want to be accountable. Like you can do that with regular structures. You can get independent board members, and you can say certain things and make certain assurances to people. But like that's just, I think, in my opinion, an experiment that has failed. And I think it's a good thing that has failed, so that we can go back to good old fashioned capitalism.
And that's kind of what I wanted to talk about briefly, is that I feel terrible for Sam from the emotional standpoint. Having your baby ripped out from under your arms is I still have PTSD. Palmer still has PTSD. I'm sure many people never fully get over it. But ultimately, Sam is a billionaire. He did not have equity in this company, so he doesn't lose anything. I feel really bad for the guys like the Schulmans of the world, or Tazak, or any of the great OpenAI first kind of 20, 30 people. And those are folks that again, they're off. Many of them are going to go from being worth $1 billion on paper to nothing, and possibly. And again, I hope Emmett can do it. I strongly doubt it. And I guess we have the former Twitter chief of staff here, Twitch chief of staff here, who maybe worked with Emmett. I don't know. So if you want to jump in and say anything, it would be interesting to hear from you.
Are you talking to me? I'm not the former Twitch chief of staff, but I did used to work at Twitch for 4 years, from 2017.
Former Twitch staff. Sorry, I read the wrong way.
Yeah, yeah, it's good. So I was an engineer there at Twitch for 4 years, 2017 to 2021. I think people are getting Emmett a bit wrong. So it is true that in 2020 to like 2023, Twitch has stagnated quite a lot. But that was not the case back in like 2017, 2018. So like when I joined at 2017, Emmett was infamous for being like an extreme micromanager of like all the teams, being very opinionated, always arguing with people in meetings. It's almost like infamous that people would ask him questions like, "Oh, why do you think our communication sucks?" And then he would always say like, "Well, I reject the premise of your question, and I think that you're wrong," right? So it is true that at the end of his tenure, it feels like he kind of gave up. But I think people should not think that this guy's going to do nothing.
Everything that you just told me was bad. Micromanager who argued with everyone. This isn't the kind of org he should be working at.
Yeah, so I agree it's bad. I think it's very bad, especially since he's very doomer. And so I just want to lay away these ideas that he's just going to go in there and do nothing, because I don't think so. Because he was always very, or at least I guess when he was younger, he was very micromanaging, very opinionated, very his way or the highway.
I don't think any of us were sort of saying that. I do think somebody mentioned, kind of offhand that, which is, Twitch hasn't had many new features in a while, but I wouldn't read too much into that. I think most of us think that he's basically going to doomerify the place. And Austin's tweet is, about as scary as it gets. I don't think you could find a worse fit. And, it just leaves a power vacuum ultimately. At the end of the day, we'll shed a few tears for the people that are not going to be billionaires, that were going to be billionaires. But, we just have to go back to work, yeah.
For reference, I think the information is usually what people are sourcing, right? For the announcement of Emmett Shear being CEO. Because I just wanted to clarify, because it doesn't look like they specify, it says Emmett Shear becomes interim OpenAI CEO. And then I don't think that's a typo, because throughout the rest of the information article and also in the Verge article, they keep referencing that specifically Emmett Shear is the new interim CEO.
Yeah, it's a little bit like what Beff said, it's not over.
Yeah.
But it doesn't sound like Sam's coming back. And I think that basically is all you need to know. The exodus of talent is going to be, pretty substantial. And I think the doomer credentials of Emmett, every day, Emmett.
Oh, you're cutting out a little bit for me. I don't know if you're also cutting out for others.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
People are quitting publicly on Twitter.
So Andre Kaparthi actually just put out about 10 minutes ago, or 10, 15 minutes ago, he put out just a tweet of an emoji, and it's a radioactive sign emoji. That's all. So I don't, we could read a lot of tea leaves within that. But,
like I said, this is a guy that ran the entire Tesla AI business, which many on Wall Street felt was the future of Tesla, that self-driving cars provide a revenue, unforeseen revenue. And there's this big idea that, Tesla's going to be a software company and it's going to have software margins and all this stuff. And Andre ran that, and he left that to go to OpenAI. Could you imagine saying, Elon, you're great, but I don't want to work for you. I'm going to go over here. That's how great OpenAI was. Do you think he's going to sit there and work for Emmett Shear? No fucking way.
Yeah, I hope he joins forces with, I don't know, because I know he also really likes open source stuff. He's probably one of the biggest contributor to open source projects, out of the main, people in OpenAI.
It's funny.
And so,
when I was fired by my board for no reason, I started a new company the next day, and we actually called it Next Pharmaceuticals for obvious reasons. And about half the company left with me, but a bunch of people I didn't think would leave stayed. And a bunch of people started their own companies and stuff like that. So you're not going to get high fidelity here. People are weird. Even if they're sitting there, having millions of dollars, or maybe in this case, having lost millions of dollars, some people will say, that was cool, this was crazy, I'm going to need 6 months. I'm going to need a year. I'm just going to kind of chill. Or, you know what? I really love this startup thing. I'm going to do a startup. Why not? Greylock's going to give me $100 million. Fuck it. Let me do that. And that person gets 10 people to do that. Right. So it's not necessarily the case that, everyone's going to go with Sam and everything's going to work really well with Sam. And, I would expect a splintering or a fragmenting here that, happens. Look, when Tiger shut down in 98, there were 15 Tiger Cubs. So there wasn't an obvious kind of way for everyone to unify. So we'll see what happens.
Well, wasn't Silicon Valley started this way? It was some fracturing from the semiconductor industry, I believe. Yeah.
So I guess the big question is, if Sam and Greg Brockman start their own company now, is Andre going to join that company? And I hope he does. Assuming it's going to be obviously a company that I agree with.
It's funny. But, when these kinds of things start, in the hedge fund industry, it kind of reminds me when a manager opens up with $10 billion, and it's this really high profile, quote unquote, launch. And you've also seen this kind of in crypto. You've seen it in software as well. Sometimes these things don't work out great, no matter how fantastic the people are. You can't always put lightning back in the bottle. And I would wish Sam the best. But keep in mind, these guys are going to be starting at zero, right? Standing start. New infrastructure, new investors, et cetera. Look, I have no doubt Sam's a billionaire. He can set something up really fast, but you still are
I can no longer hear you again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hey,
Martin, I think you're cutting out.
Balaji, how's it going? Welcome, welcome.
Can you hear me, Beff?
Yes, yes.
no.
So, hey guys. So Amjad actually pointed out, that Silicon Valley itself began this way with the so-called trader estate and Fairchild semi-split, and I was reminded of that. I was also reminded. I mean, the thing about this also, and I don't know what was said before I got on the call, or the space, but Ilya and Adam and Emmett are actually all very competent technologists. They, I don't know how Adam voted, but they just have a moral premise that differs, right? And so to be as kind of, even though I disagree with doomers and decels and so on and so forth, like I think many of us here, that's actually the fork, is basically a moral premise, and then from that you build totally different technology based on that moral premise. Now it might turn out that they end up building worse technology, but they feel confident that they're morally justified. So that's, I think, the first thing. It's not really a commercial dispute. It's not really a legal dispute, a technical dispute at court. It's a moral dispute. And what that actually reminds me of is, and this has been reported on, so it's old news or what have you, but 10 years ago, around the beginning of Coinbase, there was a disagreement. I wasn't there, but there was a disagreement over whether to allow users to reset their password via email, like everything else, or to say, no, that's against the spirit of Bitcoin. Every wallet has to be a custodial wallet, or rather non-custodial wallet, where you have it, your keys locally. And that led to the split into Coinbase and blockchain.info, where the moral premise led to two totally different businesses. And blockchain.info or blockchain.com is a multi-billion-dollar business in its own right. It's successful. It turned out to just be a different vision of the space. Now, eventually those things kind of converged, and Coinbase has its own decentralized wallet and blockchain has its centralized wallet. But I just wanted to point that out, that actually this is what happens when you have a moral difference and everything else is downstream of that. And that allows us to steel man the other guys and be respectful to them, while also recognizing that we just fundamentally disagree with them.
I don't know. It feels a little different than, what you described with the Bitcoin splinter there. That feels more like about UX or something. And maybe there's some moral angle about, not your keys, not your Bitcoins, but like this feels a lot different. I mean, this guy is saying he wants to slow down the enterprise by 80%. And look, I respect him. I think he's a good entrepreneur and talented executive. But it is at heart, there's like a value destruction element here that is not present in any of the other examples.
Well, so I totally agree. There's a value destruction element, but I do think that there's a moral aspect in the sense that the early to steelman the case against password reset, it says, oh, you can never have an FTX-like situation. You can never have a Mt. Gox situation. Everybody's self-sovereign. That's the point of Bitcoin, and so on and so forth. That actually resulted in less centralized value creation, but it did. It was more morally pure in some sense. So, look, what I'm just saying is I'm giving the steelman of the other guy's side. Obviously, I agree with you guys that we should be accelerating, but this is just also to mentally model them. They really do believe that they're summoning some evil god, and so they're still going through with it anyway, which is a funny part. But they're going through it slower. You can model their process or what have you. Maybe they think, okay, everyone's going to do it, and we're going to make the aligned version. There's many different versions of this. Amjad, you've talked about the DDoS that they have with 500 different arguments. Still, I think modeling the other side as sincere but crazy, or sincere and we disagree with them, allows us to actually give our best game, where we fork at the very top, right? And what that does, it gives us perfect license in the following sense. Are you a decel? Are you a doomer? Well, go to those companies over there. Just like if you're a communist, go to North Korea. If you're a capitalist, go to South Korea, right? If you're a decel or doomer, here's a bunch of fine companies for you where you can decel and doomer all you want. And if you want to be a tech accelerationist, a technician, then come to this set of, right? So that split is actually good. See those two moral visions play out. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's good insofar they don't achieve regulatory capture, right? I mean, there's a clear sort of cartel-esque angle here, right? With like Emmett and his connection at Anthropic, and a lot of the sort of EA, I don't know if you saw the Dustin Moskovitz sort of article on him in Politico about how EA is operating this network of influence campaigns in Washington to basically influence how AI regulation happens. We all know
was so scary.
Yeah, we all know the executive order. If you look and read the executive order, it's basically like they wrote it, essentially. And you know, insofar the split happens, Balaji, it happens despite their efforts to cartelize. You know, it's they would have failed, but if things would go their way, it's that they would create this cartel that like really controls how AI is built, and therefore we don't really have a choice.
Yeah, I think one of the most concerning things with Emmett is, I mean, here, I just had this other tweet pulled up here. Yeah.
I'll let you finish, but I just wanted to make sure Patrick got a chance right after you.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so about 2 months ago, Emmett said this, quote, "I specifically say I'm in favor of slowing down, which is sort of like pausing, except it's slowing down. If we're at a speed of 10 right now, a pause is reducing to 0, but I think we should aim for a 1 or 2 instead." End quote. So that's, yeah, I just wanted to mention that. I feel like that's kind of reflecting of maybe, hopefully not, but you know. Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I agree with Balaji. I think that there's a lot of people in the doomer sphere, if you will, that are like 100% without exception grifters. Emmett is not one of them. He is the absolute opposite. I think Emmett is a great person personally. Literally stepped down from Twitch several months ago to be, to focus on being a father. And so this was obviously a massive decision for him to go back into, the frying pan of sorts, and to step away from that. And I think he is doing that very earnestly. I think he genuinely believes that this is the right thing for him to do and the right way for him to add value to the world. And to Balaji's point, I think that's great in the sense that you now have this kind of fork at the very top, where both sides, Sam's new company and now Emmett running OpenAI, both sides are very, ideologically driven, right? Like, you can't accuse OpenAI at this point, I think, of being led by some decel grifter or someone who just has some megalomaniac ambitions. I think it is now like a philosophical battle where people will just have to decide which camp they're in, and kind of make the appropriate choice for themselves.
I think that's a pretty fair point. To the thing about cartel dynamics emerging, right? Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry, it might glitch out. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
I think the good news is that it's we're organizing now. I think it's time. I think there's no time to waste. But yeah, I think we have a very coherent narrative and an incredible amount of coherence around the principles that we've all been promoting for a year and a half, 2 years now. So I'm like pretty optimistic that it's gonna be fine. I think the executive order looks fragile. I think like there are a number of angles from perspective of states getting into the mix here. We're very early, in all of this, and I think there's a lot of room to make space for open source, for a realistic approach to doing this, and not doing this sort of like bottled up, as Chris said in the other space, like sort of gain of function, like only our club can touch the secret bad stuff, dynamic that they're trying to cement.
I'm sorry, Bez, I just wanted to call your attention, both you and Beff, that Balaji is trying to join. So if you see him and you have the opportunity to add him, please do. Very delighted to be here with the co-founders of EAC, a movement that has swept Silicon Valley and in many ways has become the dominating ideology of Silicon Valley. Two guys that started this just over a year ago and now have recruited many, many people to this cause, which is certainly, I can speak for myself and say that, one of the main ideas of this cause was that it isn't a shame to make money as an entrepreneur. And this is sort of this like EA shame that sort of has swept in. And now we almost feel like OpenAI self-immolating to some extent, because there are people at OpenAI that don't like this idea that, oh, they're going to make $1 billion or more, and that, they don't want to do all that icky capitalism.
Martin, you know what's funny is that the most powerful EAs and that whole movement is all rich people that made their money doing whatever. Some of them had bad reputations prior, and then they felt guilty and became an EA, right? And it's sort of grown out of this movement of like rich people guilt.
Yes.
And so to me, it's like super hypocritical of these guys.
This is exactly what immolated all of the value of Google. Basically, same thing.
Can you hear me, Martin, Chris?
Yeah, go for it.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. It just like had a weird UX glitch for a second. So a couple of thoughts. First is Amjad is completely right that they were cartelizing the space. And that's the thing, whether it's the communist, the journalist, or now the altruist, it comes in sort of different faces, but it's basically about centralization and regulatory capture of everything. And, the whole Shoggoth meme that they have, it's actually the state is a real Shoggoth because it wears the face of the Patriot Act, or it wears the face of, the financial crisis and the bailouts, or it wears the face of COVID, or it wears the face of industrial policy, or now it wears the face of AI safety or protect kids. And every single time what happens is that it's, a way for the state to just gain more power and more money. And whatever the end result of it is something where you might actually have the worst combination of centralization, regulation, and militarization. That's what happened with nuclear technology. We got nuclear weapons, but not really nuclear power. And so on the track that we're currently on, where we have Kamala Harris regulating superintelligence, we're not going to have a good outcome, because it's the idea of punting it to the U.S. government level when they can't even brush their own teeth for them to regulate something that they don't even understand what it is. They're just going to try to ban it with these silly exec orders, or they're going to be ghost ridden by the EAs, and that's almost the same. It's a little more clever. To Bazelor's point, I actually don't think we're that early right now. The reason being because the EA has managed to sort of predictably flip DC into a tech negative posture. And it's very hard to undo laws once they're there. Like, there might be waves of sentiment on social media, but one of the big things that the communists, socialists, altruists, journalists, et cetera, do is they take that wave of social media sentiment and they convert it into a law. Lots of laws, lots of things that were passed during the BLM riots, for example, are still in effect, even as sentiment has waned.
Well, maybe I would take issue on that part, right? So what we have is an executive order, but we do not even have these things codified into regulation yet. And I think a lot of the stuff being done through executive power, right, in this fragile way, means that it is flippable if depending on how the election goes. And
yeah, but they have, the thing is, it's who is acting and who is reacting, right? These guys went and they built the coalition within, Washington, and they, they spent the money and they gained power, and we're reacting to that in the same way that, self-driving cars, we might ship the self-driving cars, but then the state bans a self-driving car and we have to react to that, right? So I think to not be a reactionary, but to be an actionary, we want to go to, in my view, red states and foreign states. Why red states? Well, as I've written about, and many of you have probably written about, AI in particular goes after the jobs of blue America. It's lawyers, it's to some extent doctors, it's certainly bureaucrats, it's many of the it's college education, if it's K through 12, if you look at the AI tutoring that Synthesis is doing. Much of blue America, their jobs rely on essentially an implicit or explicit license from the government, explicit in the form of an MD or JD, implicit in the form of like state sponsorship of a college or of a school via funding or grants. And so if red America understands this, then you can have sanctuary cities for AI in Texas, in Florida, and so on. You just need AI companies to actually set up there. Similarly, foreign states could do a totally different set of exec orders. Like Dubai has done some stuff on this. India is making noises. They've got something called DIPA, which I'm going to write about. But basically, every country that is not either DC or Beijing, or rather every group that's not either DC or Beijing, has a strong incentive for open source AI for the same reason they do for decentralized money and for decentralized media. So I think that would be the strategy, not just Martin, not just Bayes, not just pushing back against the executive order, as much as I agree we should do that, but also going and writing model legislation, getting to red states, getting to foreign states. Joe Lonsdale's outfit does some of this. There's many other outfits that can do this. And that's the way I think that we actually are writing not just the code, but the legal code and pushing it out there. And we've got enough immigrants, we've got enough people from around the world that you can spread out and do this. So that would be like my proposal. And that actually means—
I'm curious. So can we get really specific on one thing? I love all that. I want to ask one really specific question. Aaron, Amjad, I'll be quick. I'm really curious about this question of are we going to be able to find a grounds for getting together a collection of states to sue against these provisions that come out of the executive order? It's too early probably to claim that there's been any damage here or any kind of grounds to sue, but for the EO probably. But it does seem like, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I don't know what kind of grounds you would need, and I'm wondering if you thought this through.
Balaji, I think this is you.
Well, I just wonder, we have talked about. Oh, go ahead, Balaji.
Yeah, Martin, can you just repeat that? You just broke up for a second. Sorry.
I think it was Bayes.
Sorry, it's Bayes. Go ahead. You broke up for like 10 seconds.
Basically, you suggested a few times that like red states could rebel against the EO, potentially sue or something like that. Do you know how that could?
Yeah, writing legislation is one thing, but what grounds do we have to organize Texas and Florida? And
sure. Okay, so actually, I should write about this because on the one hand, it's already happening, yet people aren't aware of it. So if you look at, for example, marijuana legalization, right? States essentially ignored federal law. If you look at immigration, sanctuary cities, cities and states came up with a justification for ignoring federal law. If you look at the abortion ruling after the Supreme Court thing, blue and red states have just diverged in their interpretation of abortion law. If you look at guns, at the state level, they've passed like shall issue type things based on their interpretation of the Second Amendment. And in a variety of different areas, even more than this, 17 states, for example, sued the federal government after the 2020 election. And it's gotten even further than this. DeSantis in Florida has said he's not going to enforce some of the surveillance requirements, like reporting $600 transactions. He's got the Florida State Guard, where he's got $100 million for building like a local Florida military. There's so many examples of this that I can list off that are happening, that have happened. They're not sci-fi. Even in 2020, for example, there was a dress rehearsal where we had hard borders between states, in the sense of, if you remember during COVID, there were these interstate compacts where it was like California, Washington, and Portland. And then it was like the northeastern states were banding together and the Michigan surrounding states. And they actually had hard borders between like Rhode Island and New Jersey and so on. And I feel like that's a dress rehearsal for what's coming, Make America States Again, where you have a much greater decentralization of power and a lot of legal precedents. So that's a macro. Point is, they've gotten justifications for varying from the feds on immigration laws, on drug laws, on many other kinds of laws. On this, you could probably make it into a freedom of speech thing. There's probably precedents from free internet cases and so on. I'm not a lawyer, so you have to go and look up all the precedents. But I think if a state wanted to make the case that infringing compute is related to some sort of local right, they could probably do that. And then the thing is, it's not a company that's fighting the federal government. A company only has so many hit points. When it's a state fighting the federal government, that's like Alien versus Predator. That's like you seen the movie Pacific Rim from like 10 years ago?
Yeah, great film.
All right, great movie, right? So the giant monsters that came out of the ocean, like the DCs and the altruists and the communists and the journalists, those giant monsters, you can't fight them as a human being. You need your own state, right? You need giant robots, right? And giant EAC robots, which someone should make some AI memes of exactly this, okay? All right. So you have the Shoggoth is actually the altruist and it's the state. The Shoggoth is the state, it's rising out. And we have this, Voltron, Autobot, Transformer, Pacific Rim robot with a flaming sword, boom, locked on, right? And that's actually the battle between centralization and decentralization. And what that means is we need to capture our own states. small states, red states, foreign states, like what El Salvador did for Bitcoin. Where is a country that's going to do that for AI? And what all they need to do, for example, there's a ton of things they can do, but just to throw out some ideas. First is similar to what India did on generics, they do on copyright. So what is that? India has a huge generic drug industry because they just simply refuse to enforce various kinds of Western patents and copyrights on drugs and biotech treatments. That's why they could build their own vaccine. That's why they have a burgeoning domestic biotech sector, because they just ignored those copyright kinds of things and said, sue me, and they're a big enough country that they could fight it, right? And some country could do that, but for generic AI, where you allow training on Hollywood movies, you allow training on all this stuff where Disney keeps extending the copyright, all of these quote copyrighted materials, songs, etc. You train on that, and any sovereign that was willing to take basically the lawsuit on that could have totally new sets of models. And in particular, you could decentralize Hollywood, you could decentralize the music industry, you could decentralize publishing, you could allow all these people around the world to tell their own stories if you put your servers in that place. So the opportunities here for red states and foreign states are actually enormous, going after the basically the tribe that's attacking them by disrupting them and making $1 billion in the process. We just need to actually write the model legislation and bring it to those states and have the companies that are willing to go and set up or move to those states to do it. I'm pretty sure guys like, Nayib Bukele would be open to this kind of thing. Dubai would be open to this. Palau, lots of these small countries, Bhutan, anyone who's doing Bitcoin mining or crypto is probably into this kind of thing, but that's a short list.
By the way, the information just broke some more news. Dozens of employees quit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, this is what matters. Let's be honest.
Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk a little bit about that. I do think Emmett Shear.
Yeah, I'm hearing folks that I know at OpenAI are quitting. So I think there's a mass exodus.
Did you see this thing that Ashley Vance posted?
He
deleted it. He said that Elon contacted them, and he was trying to inquire about becoming CEO himself.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
The question is, what do you consider? Hey, everybody, it's Jake Al. What do you consider the lead OpenAI had? Sam thought it was an insurmountable lead. Nobody would catch him, not open source, no company. Maybe you put it out a year, 18 months, and now OpenAI is going to be a footnote in the history of all this. It's going to be this very interesting Hewlett-Packard it's just going to implode. There's going to be nobody left. They're not going to produce any more products, and Microsoft's going to walk away from them. And now it's anybody's game. And so that 18-month lead will be gone very quickly, especially if they start turning things off. And now Sam's lead, which he thought was insurmountable, I think, Martin, you pointed out before, even if he has money, you still got to get infrastructure and start everything up, which is what he's going to do. He's just going to announce a new company in the next 48 hours.
I mean, I would
with a nice clean cap table.
I would say they maybe had a 6-month lead, but I mean, 6 months after GPT-4 released, Anthropic already released something at parity with GPT-4.
So now it's anybody's game. So the basic point is it's anybody's game.
So I would just say that one of the leads that OpenAI had wasn't so much in technology. It's, for example, I mentioned this guy, James Bedker, revolutionized state-of-the-art for audio diffusion models. Incredible work. The awe of the industry for anyone that's in that space. I'm happy to be in that space, so I know quite a bit about this. James left Google to go to OpenAI. OpenAI was a great company because you can make your dream come true there. Their technological lead. A great company isn't a company that, we have a 6-month lead or a 12-month lead in this technology. A great company continues to compound its lead because it has a structural, it's got some kind of structural
They
advantage.
also had, Martin, momentum. So,
exactly.
Sam is such a great deal maker that the momentum of having the capital, for having the Azure cloud, for releasing stuff so quickly, it just had the entire industry on their heels. Everybody was scrambling, from Google to Apple. Everybody, they just.
I think
so if you think it's a 6-month lead, it's probably more like with the momentum, a year or two, because people don't even try and compete. Now everybody's going to be in the game. It is complete chaos. Starting
I agree, but just to sharpen the conversation a little bit, imagine Ilya comes out and does a Twitter live or whatever, and explain his reasoning, and then he has some kind of cogent argument that is not some power grab, and he's someone who's respected. He's considered one of the founding people behind like the deep learning revolution. And what if his pitch to researchers is like, hey, we're no longer doing like laundry GPT. We are shutting down like all these things that don't matter. We're just going to focus on AGI. And every researcher in the world that cares about AGI should come work here. Yes, we're going to like run the API. Yes, we're going to make money on this stuff, but we're not going to introduce new consumer products. We're not going to do any of that. We're just going to sharpen the focus of the company.
Okay, what's the valuation of the company now?
Oh, good question. But
I don't think
I can tell you
don't
it's going to
think
be
he's
under 10 billion, and then
I don't
all
think
those
Ilya,
people who had massive stock options are going to leave.
I don't think he's charismatic enough to pull that off, Amjad. I just don't think he has the charisma of Sam
he has been
luster.
developing this spiritual leader type persona. If you've seen his recent interviews, they're all kind of mystical and spiritual in nature.
Yeah, but Amjad, there's a version of what you're saying that I think could work, which is not to give, like Emmett is, he invented Twitch. He he ran Twitch for many years. He understands streaming and so on. He may do something with Ilya explaining what happened. I do think the biggest miscalculation in a sense by this board was simply thinking that hard power would suffice and just doing their vote and not having any statement beyond this extremely abstract thing. And then maybe lawyers told them to stay quiet or something, but just Twitter exploded and they didn't get out anything that explained their justifications, like the Declaration of Independence. The reason that he says, with an eye towards mankind, we explain our reasons for doing something, for something so radical, didn't explain what they were doing. They still maybe have a shot, Jed. I think you're right that if they say we've achieved AI and we decided it was too dangerous, that might, maybe that's what they actually think. I don't know sure if that's true, but maybe that's what they think.
I do think the first call Emmett makes is to the White House, to start to try to solidify around this safety narrative that's been promulgated by these folks. And again, it's a scary thing. I think Elon, unfortunately, the cheese will stand alone yet again on several fronts now. Maybe 3 or 4 different fronts. Elon is the guy that's holding up progress. Unfortunately, Elon is a bit of a doomer here as well. So, the scary thing here is you might see consensus across, I hate to call it the aisle, but across, Cerebral Valley that exists here. So a big vacuum is going to open up, which is unfortunate and very scary for a lot of people in this space.
Well, Martin, I think you get the other direction as well. So folks like Sam and his allies are going to be very anti-EA, probably anti-doomer after this, because now it's a threat to their point of view, which is to build AI, accelerate, and maybe build a monopoly and not do what we want to do, but it's working for them. That's off the table now. So I think you're going to get the factions all realign.
I think Chris is right, and also Martin. I had this post a while back, which is one dissent decentralizes, meaning all you need is like one prominent CEO or founder to dissent. For example, what Brian did on Coinbase and he shifted where hiring was, or what Elon did on social and he shifted things, or what Zuck did on AI and he decentralized AI, or what Bukele's done on Bitcoin. That kind of thing, like one dissent just sort of sets up a new pole that people can kind of align around, especially in technology where things scale. So I think the main thing is we now have sort of decentralized the space on the network. We have different companies and we have different ideologies there that compete with theirs. Now we need, quote, we need states aligned with us. We need the land, right? We need red states or we need foreign states. And we need essentially folks who are aligned with us on the ground who will basically say that executive order doesn't apply here.
Yeah, I'm extremely interested in this. I think it's time. I have started the work for this today, actually yesterday. So a lot of phone calls to make, but I think there's traction here.
When it comes to the lead that OpenAI has, I think, and Martin, I think you were in the space yesterday, me, you, and George Hotz and some others, we were talking about like when it really comes down to it, honestly, just the interface and the user base, I think, is a lot of the lead. Because Anthropic, for example, just 6 months after GPT-4 came out, they already came out with GPT-4 level model, getting around the same, parity at benchmarks, and able to even have way longer context length. But you're not going to get a bunch of users switching over from OpenAI to your service just by being like barely as good as GPT-4. You need
And
something either.
again, just
Yeah.
the ability to sign up for Anthropic requires you to have a conversation and pass this. You guys are better at history and philosophy than I am, but basically a test of some kind, a purity test
For
to
API,
determine, to determine if you're pure enough to have access. You're holy enough to have access
Yeah.
to this API.
Mark,
You can actually go get
can-
baptized if you
hold on.
if you just want to bypass that, though.
Can we add a important aspect too, which is that most of the people that are in Silicon Valley that are building companies that matter, that integrate AI components, that have worked with Anthropic, generally there's like there's a gatekeeping mechanism, Martin, to your point, that goes beyond just using beyond Anthropic's like AGI thing where you have to like email them or whatever, but like they're gatekeeping even their current models to some extent. And
for what it's worth.
It's something that's not written all over X, but like it's something that everyone knows and talks about secretly.
Yeah, for what it's worth, when I actually met Dario and the team there, they were actually counter signaling against OpenAI's red tape, and they were like, look, they're kind of woke over there, and we don't care about that stuff. We care about like the really long-term safety risk. Like in the short term, we just want to build the best model possible, and it's gonna be like way better and all of that. I think just the product is worse. I mean, for coding especially, is something we're interested in. It's not that good. Like Claude is not that great, and I agree it's not that huge of a lead, but it is a lead. And if you maintain a 6 months lead for a while, that really compounds. And by the way, again, the sort of the developer goodwill that OpenAI has generated is absolutely tremendous. I mean, so the APIs are well designed. Like the function calling, they were the first to come out with that. With Dev Day, everyone cheered on the sort of JSON structured output. It's like they're listening to developers. Logan, their DevRel guys embedded in the community. It's just a really well run, well oiled kind of machine and company. And all these other players were kind of irrelevant. Like yes, maybe on the enterprise side, they were kind of catching up a little bit, but in the mind share, they're totally irrelevant.
Hey, so Amjad, I'm just wondering, are you talking about Claude 1 or Claude 2? Because I think even Claude 2, I know they nerfed a little bit afterwards, but yeah, like which one were we talking about?
Not sure which, honestly. Like, when did Claude 2 come out?
Claude 2, I want to say, was within the last 4 months or so.
Pretty sure our team continuously evaluates these things, but last time I looked at it, it might have been maybe 6 months or so, and it wasn't great at coding.
I think Amjad's right though. The Claude, it's just really known to be maybe a little bit better with creative writing over GPT-4, and I think everything else generally is not as good.
I think Martin or somebody was saying like, even with gatekeeping though, like I tried Claude 2 when it first released, and even had way more updated knowledge and able to code better in certain things, and people benchmarking it found it like reaching parity in bar exam and coding benchmarks with GPT-4. But then I hear a bunch of reports of people that were actually trying to use it, and then even the models being nerfed of people that do have access to it, and just actually, I don't know, whatever, trying to make it more efficient or cost efficient on Anthropic's end. And just, I don't know, and just even with their interface and their API, they obviously don't have as much features as OpenAI is pushing. They don't have as much functionality, function calling, you have plugins, you have GPTs. So just in terms of the whole feature set, they're kind of behind.
Well, they don't, to Amjad's point, they don't have the developer mindshare.
It looks like Brian Wade is here, who's the former Twitch chief of staff, and he's a speaker, and maybe he can speak for Emmett or something. Go ahead.
Sorry, just an engineer who worked under Emmett. What was the question?
Oh, well, I thought you might be, if you you had former Twitch. Oh, I thought it said chief of staff. Sorry.
Martin made this.
I thought Emmett had.
It just pattern matches on chief of staff.
Sorry. So, Martin, to your, Martin, I mean, I think the concept of the entire chessboard getting reset is very important, because a big part of OpenAI was they'd been working on this for so many years, and they had done all of these little internal tweaks with all this domain knowledge, and GPT-4 was still quite a bit better than everybody else's, competing model. And it was the fact that everybody was hit with something where just knowing that it was even possible to do this is what started this huge race, but they were already way ahead. And now that lead has been, I don't know if it's fair to say wiped out, but it's certainly hit dramatically. And some of the talent will probably stay and some of it will go. And so you get, you totally get a resetting. And in a sense, by the way, for a totally different model of AI safety, AI alignment is about AI disalignment. If you actually, I don't believe the nuclear weapons analogy is the best one necessarily, but if you do think AI is a weapon, well, I don't want somebody else to have the weapon and I don't have the weapon. I prefer to also have the weapon, right? And so now if the balloon is up, everybody around the world can get one. And, now you can actually have every community of sufficient scale crowdfunds its own AI. Moreover, there's something else which is useful, which is that the business case for something like a Linux Foundation, where a bunch of corporations crowdfund an open source model, is now very clear. Everybody now has a story that everybody in tech knows, where if you depended upon closed weights, you could get potentially totally killed because you built your own business on a business that's suddenly totally unstable. So the business case for crowdfunding open source, people only realized the business case for Linux after Microsoft had the old Microsoft had screwed them a bunch of times. Now, inadvertently, it looks like they've got a platform issue again. And so I think we're going to see much more energy around open source AI.
For sure, I agree. Yeah, and I think there's actually some. There's this tweet from about a year ago that I wanted to highlight that Sam Altman had. So okay, it says, quote, "I am extremely skeptical of people who think only their in-group should get to know about the current state of the art because of concerns about safety, or that they are the only group of only group capable of making great decisions about such a powerful technology. I used to be annoyed at being the villain of the EAs until I met their heroes, and now I'm low-key proud of it. There are a few EA heroes I think are really great though." Like, and then he, but
Wait, how did I miss this?
Sam Bankman-Fried, the EA
yeah,
hero.
so like, I feel like that's a very like EAC like type of tweet, right? Like,
Yeah, can you share that?
Yeah, I could actually. Here, I'll put it in the billboard. Yeah.
I reread this tweet earlier today. Like you can view what OpenAI's board is doing is a coup, where they're replacing the CEO with their in-group, and the EAs believe that they're the only ones that can be trusted with this technology. And it's this really weird culture that came from Silicon Valley, from rich people that are very rich that are then guilty about it, and before you know it, it's basically communism. It's like this idea that the in-group should have centralized control, and people, the people that are in they want sort of state or centralized, in this case centralized control, right? They basically want their friends to be in control, right? Because nobody wants power to be centralized if it's not people that are on your side. And so I just feel like this is a repeat of everything that we've seen in history over the last like couple hundred years since Marxism has been a thing.
Can we level set about like the technical nature of the enforceability of this stuff, because it's honestly kind of laughable. I mean, can you imagine the government trying to actually enforce this?
I mean, just like the government trying to enforce some encryption legislation, right?
Right. Yeah. What they'll do is they'll basically do what they did with Tornado Cash, maybe, where they just take random people and shoot them to try to encourage others. That's one possibility. Then you sue them back and so on and so forth. They threw a guy in jail for under no charges in a foreign country for violating the law that they'd made up the day before. So it's possible they do something stupid like that, and that's how they do it, regulation by enforcement. The thing about, Chris's point about the EAs being like, wealthy people that are, this is the same as many of the journalists. The journalists went to lots of private schools. This is many of the early communists were basically, essentially born rich, and they felt guilty. So everybody else should, they should take everybody else's money. With that said, I will give them something which is actually pretty important, which is that they are the people who have been sort of obsessing about the moral aspects of AI for a long time. And they had a built out moral story, an ideological story, and so on ready to go. That's quite separate from the technological development. This is what, Amjad calls the DDoS of arguments, right? But that's actually effective in a sense where it's almost like scripture on AI, where this is the way to go and so on. And it just so happens that alignment means EA alignment, right? Alignment means the AI must do what the EA say. Isn't that interesting, right? That's the EA tribe. Alignment is defined as it does what EA tribe wants it to do. So they've thought a lot about it. And that's why I think what we're doing with EAC and with technology and with great tribe networks, all those kinds of things together, techno-optimist, techno-Nietzschean, that's important because it gives a different moral framework, which is a whole different layer and stack that's moral premises is separate from the technology itself.
I'll just say here, maybe it fits. I think the power of being optimistic, the power that it has on all of the things that happen after in your plan of action, in your model of how things go, and the things that you do subconsciously, the things that groups do, and sort of, kind of asynchronous coordination and so on. The power of it is extremely underrated, and I think that these people think that they can sort of just route around a bunch of this wiring that we have from evolution arbitrarily, and I think they're wrong. I think believing that things are going to go well creates the conditions under which they do, and I think it's a really important premise. I think they've psyoped themselves to thinking that they're like, somehow these hyper rational robots that don't have this circuitry, that don't have this sort of neural architecture that skews this way. I think it's really, really important, and I think Balaji, it kind of dovetails with what you're saying here about this sort of foundational, almost moral difference.
Be interesting to
They said,
speculate a little bit
go ahead, Amjad.
about what happens next, because I don't think it's the end of the story. It is an interesting place to have ended at, because I think that the board made it seem at some point that they're gonna fold or that they're gonna be okay, and then in the background they were doing this search because Mira has flipped and she wanted to bring Sam and Greg back, and they were like, yeah, maybe okay, let's talk about that. While that's happening, they were searching for Emmett essentially, and they found him, they installed him, and they marginalized Miro now, and a bunch of people are quitting. I don't know if Miro quit yet publicly, but what happens next? I mean, Microsoft's clearly unhappy about this. Clearly, Satya is like ride or die with Sam. What does Microsoft have in terms of leverage over the board? Clearly, capital is a constraint. The company is still burning a lot of money. I don't think they have any legal leverage because it's just the nature of the nonprofit board, but they have a financial leverage at minimum. And then you have the investors, and I also don't think they have any legal leverage, but then you have the public opinion as well. And so there's a ton of pressure on the board now, but there is they would need a soft landing even if they want to reverse their
you could have tomorrow. Microsoft could absolutely sue the board and OpenAI. I could see that definitely happening, and they don't have to be right. Remember, they could just sue to cause insane chaos and cause a freeze on what's happening there. But all these employees are going to leave, right? So if the employees leave, then it really is game over.
Yeah, and I think
I agree on the one quick point. I totally agree with Jason on the litigation side. The thing I've learned, I've done enough in my career to see and participate in litigation, it's very rarely black and white, regardless of the commercial contract and the OpenAI structure. I think that Microsoft and other investors and Sam and any other party, all of them can bring tons of claims, and it doesn't matter if they win or not. It's going to throw everything into chaos.
Why would Microsoft do that though? I mean, I think most of their agreement is reaping profits from OpenAI when they start becoming profitable. Like, wouldn't they, if anything,
They would
try
do
to
it
seize
to get
control?
Sam back in the driver's seat.
Might as well kiss that goodbye. I mean, I don't think they're going to reap profits anytime soon, and they are giving lots of compute that they could give to enterprise clients, right? You're giving $10 billion of compute that could go to, oh gosh, I don't know, Procter and Gamble or Chevron or someone like
We go
that.
to Samco.
Yeah, Samco will pay cash for them as opposed to this. I mean, if I were Microsoft, I want every dollar back, right? I want to sue OpenAI for $3 billion and more damages. And I was misled by the board of directors. I'm being misled by the company.
So
Yeah, I was gonna say that not as a lawyer, Microsoft could claim some kind of like wire fraud type situation where if anyways, go ahead, Balaji.
Yeah, I was going to say a few things. One is exactly. The thing is, the patient is now open on the operating table, and everybody's looking at their organs. So everybody who had some beef or something before with OpenAI, like how was the nonprofit turned into a for-profit, so that kind of stuff. Everybody's going to be looking at this now because there's going to be discovery, and there's all kinds of crazy things are going to happen. That also means that there's less value potentially associated with the main vehicle. So, it's kind of like spilling milk. Like if you catch it like right away, you can maybe catch the cup in midair. But the moment it hits the ground, like there's entropy and things start spreading out. It's very hard to put it back together. So if you have a bunch of
how about the employee lawsuit apology?
Yeah,
they were
exactly.
They were about to do a $90 billion secondary. They were going to sell billions in shares. All those employees, that secondary is over.
That
if
probably
there was a secondary, it would be.
You're absolutely right, Jason. And the thing about that is, whether you call it tortious interference or there's a bunch of different claims that people can make on this. And then there'll also probably be suits against whatever new company is there because, oh, you picked up our guys and, you took their IP with them or something. So lots of lawsuits are going to fly probably in a bunch of directions. This might be a huge mess. Who knows? It's possible that there's some, like magical thing that fixes everything. It's possible. One other thing I will say, though, is this does show you the level of conviction of the board because they really, these are at least, some of the folks there, I won't name all of them, but they're relatively sophisticated people who know how much financial and legal and so on pain they're coming in for, but they probably do believe in a moral way that they're preventing some great evil from happening. So they think of themselves as a martyr. As I said, the AI doomer fears AGI. The way
are these people really that sophisticated on the board? I don't think so.
Yeah,
VCs are sophisticated. CEOs are sophisticated. These seem like a bunch of mids to me.
This board is mid and inexperienced.
Yeah,
okay, so
absolutely.
This might be their first board, Balaji. Like I think some people have never been on a board of a company.
Right, okay, let me explain more what I mean. Emmett Shear, Adam D'Angelo are both actually quite sophisticated. Adam is founding CTO of Facebook. Emmett is the CEO of Twitch. I don't know about the other two folks in there. Ilya, I don't know if he's business savvy, but there has to be, I shouldn't say has to be. Let's put it like this. There's at least significant moral commitment from them when they realize how many people are on Twitter, right? That's the Steelman version of what I'm saying. Go ahead.
No, we can all agree that they have conviction in what they're doing. I think we can also agree that these people have no fucking clue what they're doing.
Yeah. I think
if they did, they would have consulted people before they did this. Like maybe Microsoft, or maybe they would try to avoid this, or maybe they would give Sam a quiet exit. Say, hey, Sam, we don't like what you're doing with these other deals. We would like you to, move on, and we're going to do a search, and we'll make it a soft landing. This is the most unsophisticated thing that's ever occurred in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, the shareholders are. I know a lot of people here have raised money. There's probably between all of us, billions of dollars of money raised from investors. One of the things you don't do in life is you raise money from people and then fuck them over. That's one of the worst things you can do, and make promises that you later lie about. It is, there are a lot of words for that. One of them is fraud. But we know that Thrive Capital spent the weekend fighting hard.
Oh, you cut out for me. I don't know if
your audio's buggy.
Yeah, Martin.
Yeah.
You cut out Martin.
We can just blame this all on their EA handlers, basically, I think, at this point.
As Martin cut out, I do agree with the potential fraud claim as well as negligence claims. Like, the board has a fiduciary duty, and given their weird structure, there's probably lots of holes in it. But part of that fiduciary duty is a duty of care to things like the employees and potentially the customers. And then you have a fraud claim because the investors could claim that they invested in this entity.
Absolutely.
There's a upside profit that they're supposed to get. And but the board is acting against their interests.
All they have to say.
Have you seen?
You represented to us that this would be a wise investment opportunity, that we'd get some kind of return. You did represent to us that you would nuke the company.
Exactly.
If you told us you were going to fire Sam and nuke the company, we wouldn't have invested. And I think that's if you've watched the SBF trial, that's all that you really need to say. The reason I bring all this up is not to talk about the investors who will take a bath in this, but to actually talk about my friend who was a very early employee there. And he said that, and this is somebody who could have cashed out hundreds of millions of dollars in the secondary. Thrive Capital actually was going to lead that secondary and maybe put in as much as $1 billion into that secondary, maybe through an SPV or something like that. The interesting thing here is that this employee told me, we don't have a lot of outside shareholders. It's mostly us. And that was really fascinating to me, that, a company that's raised several $100 million would consider, the company majority employee owned. So you have these employees that basically, trusted this board, and the board has fucked virtually everyone over. I don't care.
Yeah, there's something about the timing.
One last sentence. I'm sorry. I just have to say this. I don't care how principled you are, but if you think that losing hundreds of millions of dollars, that you're willing to give that up for your principle, I mean, call me greedy, but I don't know too many people that wouldn't say, give me the hundreds of millions of dollars and I'll be a good EA with it. But very few people would say, no, I don't want this money.
Martin, so Martin and Chris, so the thing is, there is something that does kind of push in the other direction that people should be aware of. I can't find the screenshot right now, but there has been a screenshot floating around of the OpenAI investment terms, and it actually does say something like, you may lose all your money. This is not a traditional for-profit. You have no rights. You're signing away your life, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe somebody can find that screenshot and reply.
I've also seen that.
You mean their structure page? I have the structure page.
I've seen that as well. But
Balaji, that will stop
in any
you from
commercial
having
contract.
The to
so that's what makes it uncertain, right? That's what pushes it into, is that enforceable language in court, and you get to people arguing over best efforts and reasonable efforts and all this stuff. This is why people ask you to do a Delaware.
Can you imagine the diligence on this?
I don't know. Yeah, their structure is the weirdest thing in the world. I'll just leave it at that. But I just want to bring up a really important point, which is the timing is very interesting. Ilya's not stupid. The fact that he is risking the tender from closing, it means that he knows that he's going to piss off his employees, and that's not going to garner loyalty. So there must be some kind of time pressure that they're acting on. And maybe that time pressure, I mean, some people speculate is that it is Sam's other companies launching on Monday. That was tomorrow. The supposed new thing is one of his new companies, maybe. But there's something there, that is causing them to move really fast.
Is it possible that they just miscalculated and they think they're going to shorten timelines, but they've miscalculated, or they think that timelines are already so short that it is in fact just a net shorting of timelines?
Yeah, I think one of the things that would make Ilya act such a way is the fact of if he genuinely believes something like, hey, I have a chance now to, stage this coup or do whatever in order to if he truly believes that will help reduce the risk of the extinction of humanity or something like that, which he has expressed pretty strong beliefs around, not open sourcing AI, like, safety risks. He literally said something to the effect before of he thinks it's likely that the Earth will be covered in solar panels and servers in the future. But like there's
Right,
many
but
things like
it could
that.
still
Yeah.
wait 2 weeks, right, or 3 weeks, whatever, to close the tender, right? I mean,
When he gets sued though by Thrive and everyone else who comes in the secondaries, if he fires Sam 2 weeks
Bingo.
after that closes.
Yeah, if they saved that for after, it would be 10 times worse because you just did the transaction and you knew about that. That would be material information that would have been
Right.
left out.
I
And you would
mean,
have
this
to
is a
include
case
that
where we
in
don't
the
know the internal
secondary.
structure, right, of the organization, right? I mean, I presume that the safety valve here, right, is meant to shield them from liability in the event that they have to actually pull the alarm, right? Or that
Yeah,
in
but
the
Jason,
event that they decide
I think that won't matter. That won't matter.
yeah, Jason's point's a good one, which is actually it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. You'll get sued by the employees if you did it before the tender offer, and you'd get sued by the buyers if you did it after, unless it was like years after or something like that. But so I
This
think
is why
that's
having clean documents, having a functional board, having proper governance, and not this fakaka insanity of a nonprofit that became a for-profit, the original sin of this company. This is why companies really need stability so that everybody can put their heads down and work. It can be very fragile, and this is like an important lesson for everybody building companies of just exactly how fragile things can be.
well, I agree with
totally
that
agree.
you need sovereignty of your company. But the other lesson of this is we need to open source the weights. That's the ecosystem lesson. You're right about the individual lesson, like the idea that you could run a company without having control over it. I think that goes even farther down than it was. But we need to open source the weights, and that's the one thing that's like the silver lining in this whole thing, because 10,000 companies are updating their business plans or trying to figure out what's going to happen.
You think open source is going to win this, right?
I think now open source has a chance. At least Linux
percentage chance.
Yeah, what's the percentage chance? 50% chance, maybe more. And the reason is Linux did eventually beat Windows, right? Open source things, because you have the whole world working on them rather than the centralized version, have a lot more network effect once you can get them going, so long as the centralized thing isn't like so far ahead like it was with Apple or OpenAI. Now this sort of starburst with all of these fragments flying through the sky has made it possible, the resetting that Martin talked about. Well, and you can monetize open source, by the way. There's different ways of doing it. You monetize the
hosting,
community. Yeah, exactly. Hosting, other kinds of things. But the core weights, I think now we also have lots of corporations who are like, I don't want a nightmare like that again. I'd rather crowdfund the weights up front. And then we have a consortium that gets first access to them. And then we release them and on some time scale or something like that. But, Zuck did, there's now a bunch of precedents for that.
This is
Yeah,
good
and
for the world.
you have Mistral as well, which ironically enough are researchers that came from Meta, and then they ended up raising, like hundreds of millions of dollars, I think. And then a few months later, of course, everybody's skeptical. Hey, this AI company, like just getting money out of nowhere, end up releasing something significantly better than Meta's best model into the open source.
I think this is very good for the world. I think this disruption is very, very good. Specifically, right, like the core delusion to me of like the OpenAI Anthropic like fantasy that they will usher in perfectly this new powerful machine god, I think it's just fundamentally flawed. I think there's a lot of work to do to iterate civilization towards a world where we have reasonable amount of volatility from all this new capability being out in the world. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of work to do. We need like all hands on deck, so to speak. If it's closed up and only 2,000 people are allowed to even take a look at it, I think this is bad, not bad. I think it adds risk. It creates more volatility and it prolongs the equilibration process of the new technology at each time step. So I just think this is like uniformly positive.
On kind of an adjacent topic, this is a huge blow to the United States. OpenAI was the clear leader. And, if OpenAI in the months coming forward, and if OpenAI, if it flounders, I can make the argument open source is good for the U.S., but also, the fact that you have a U.S. entity that is based in the United States, that's 16, 18 months ahead of competitors. If that lead is lost because of this board, I think it's a problem.
I disagree, Chris, on that, because I think it's a big loss for DC, but it's a big win for free Americans. So,
This is what I meant. This is I'm framing this from a political standpoint, not a. I'm an American, and I want open source AI models to be the dominant force, but I'm framing this from a DC.
I know. Basically, the thing is the problem is if it's like it's a loss for closed America and it's a win for open America or free America, right? I mean, win. Obviously, I don't like the fact that all these people I know got hurt by this. I don't like any of that, obviously. But on the net long term, better for freedom and for open source and decentralization and so on. So in that sense, I'd say perhaps most Americans are better off if AI decentralizes. So I know what you're saying, Chris. The problem is the political entity no longer reflects the people. That's a problem when we speak in those mendums. That's why I say DC instead of the US.
I think it'll be very interesting if you guys want to speculate on what exactly, assuming that Sam and Greg probably started a new company together, assuming at least a few OpenAI employees joined them on that endeavor. What do you guys think their approach might be? Because obviously, it wouldn't really make sense, or they probably wouldn't want to make literally an exact copy of ChatGPT just from, that'd be a little tacky. It wouldn't. They'd probably want to do something more optimal.
Yeah, the clear solution here is to sell it to Apple, because Apple is shit in the water with AI right now. So you can make a killing there.
What happens to the remnants of OpenAI is one thing, but I do think they might do chips, since that was one of the directions Sam was leaning.
Yeah.
I think. Wait, who hold on. Who just said Apple shit in the water with AI? That is not true.
Yeah, I also disagree with that. I think me and Chris have the same views on that. Yeah.
I think the other question
that was me. Vehemently disagree. Yeah, based on, I used to work at Apple like a decade ago and have a large network there. They are doing incredible work on both the silicon side, but also Apple's a company that doesn't launch stuff prematurely. ChatGPT is still a relatively immature product. Apple is not going to sort of shoot their shot, but from a hardware standpoint, Apple, outside of NVIDIA, Apple is the best number 2 available, period. And on mobile devices, they're the best. They have the most teraflops in a mobile chipset on the planet, right? And the iPhone has dominant market share in the United States, a pretty good market share globally. Like, they're in a great position for AI.
So why is Siri such ass still?
Well, because it's like they haven't updated in like 8 years.
Yeah, look,
right.
Apple,
they're working on
the Siri team sucks.
Apple,
the Siri team, it's a graveyard internally at Apple. Like all the great people that I know worked, before it was on the iPhone, iOS, sometimes even services, and for the last 2 years, it's been the Vision Pro. My fellow, one of the co-founders of Notion, went back to Apple, about a year and a half ago, to just for that project. This is the loyalty you get within that culture there. And
I like to call Apple.
They don't need the money.
Last to market. It's not first to market. It wasn't first on mobile phones or PDAs or whatever, but it's last. It creates a product that sets the standard so high that no one else can follow. But I just want to go back to Chris's point on the geopolitics, or maybe just the politics of that, of OpenAI potentially just kind of devolving into some kind of crisis. OpenAI is sort of an American company through and through. American investors, American data centers, American backing company being Microsoft. Sam's new companies seem to be have more foreign ties, right? The rumored new chip low-level AI company is rumored to be backed by some Gulf states. The other
UAE and Saudi.
I mean, the ultimate twist. The ultimate twist is that it's set up in Dubai, and then San Francisco is really over.
Well,
So
what we
does
know
Sam
for
really want
sure.
back to Francisco,
hold
right?
on.
Right? Go ahead. Sam is the one person propping up San Francisco, and if he decides to go and do it abroad or something like that, and do it in the Gulf to get the Gulf money, who knows if that's a thing? Probably it's not a thing.
Oh God, you're so obsessed with this Balaji. Like everybody wants to be in America. You're the only one who left. Everybody else is still here. Just
maybe I don't know.
This is still the greatest country. You left too early.
Crypto is actually already decentralized, and a lot of
Nobody
AI
cares
has.
about crypto.
Okay,
it's
well,
over. We're here talking about AI. Crypto's over, bro.
I think we can argue about this later, but I think you should look at the graphs. All right, I'll give the mic to somebody else. Go.
Have people considered that Google's a lot more stronger now? Like a lot of people are going to leave and join. Whoever left Google to join OpenAI are going to go back.
No, Google's not happening. I'm sorry. Like the leadership, the team, everything is in total chaos. I don't think Sam leaving OpenAI.
Hey, just give him until after
I
the
think
holidays.
I think it's hopium.
Well, so I think so. Our
We'll circle back after Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah. They're also not working. Like I know a lot of people at Google, they don't work normally, and they brag about that. But also, they don't work after Thanksgiving. Trust me.
Hey man, yeah, you need your rest. Rest time, your rest beauty time. But Arvind, question for you: like you worked at DeepMind, you worked at OpenAI. If you're at OpenAI now, would you go back to DeepMind?
I mean, if you think about, I mean, if I'm at OpenAI and I was like training GPT 4.5 or 5, and I just wanted to keep doing that, what is the immediate place where I can actually do that? It's Google, right?
Is it Google, or would they just do a deal with Microsoft and just be like a shadow government in a Microsoft unit operating on the side while Microsoft sues OpenAI or something like that? Like Microsoft seems like they've got the most relationship there. They would basically just be like a new business unit, so they puts in a billion.
But Microsoft doesn't have like any good ML talent. Like, Google still has some top-notch ML talent, like
Right, but all the OpenAI stuff is running on Microsoft's architecture, and they probably have some way of getting some of the code or something like that.
Yeah, but these are guys who came from Google, like they were at DeepMind and joined OpenAI recently, and they're probably going to go back, right?
I mean, they're going to have 5 or 6 choices. They're going to have many offers, and it's going to be a free-for-all. So I think that's going to be overall good for the industry, because instead of having OpenAI play too large of a role, OpenAI falls backwards a year. Everybody else, you spread the talent around, and now we got a real race on our hands, and that'll result in even more investment in the space, because people are going to feel like, okay, this is literally anybody's race now. Anybody can win this.
Absolutely.
How long do you think it'll take Sam or Greg to catch up to GPT-4 in the new company?
18
Less
months.
than a year.
Less than a year?
But just to add something from an earlier space, there was some folks talking about the fact that Sam might be able to get access to OpenAI technology through Microsoft in a subsequent agreement, because obviously it's unconfirmed, but it looks like Microsoft would have the ability to share and license the IP.
Just to throw a little bit of a conspiracy theory out there, I'm not saying I believe this, but if you look at the structure agreement between OpenAI and Microsoft, not only is the nonprofit the parent company to the for-profit, and the fiduciary duty of the nonprofit is to promote flourishing for humanity by promoting a benevolent AGI or whatever. They also have a stipulation that the Microsoft exclusivity or their rights to OpenAI technology only applies for pre-AGI. And so if in theory there was this urgency that Ilya had around firing Sam because they believe they reached AGI or AGI was around the corner, and it's up to the board to decide when they reach AGI, that's also in the agreement, then in theory they could say, we reach AGI, Sam is out, and you don't have access to this new technology because it's AGI. And
but they still get access to GPT-4, I guess, right?
Yeah,
correct. It would be pre-AGI. They maintain access.
And Ilya and the new management of OpenAI are not going to release this AGI level technology, let's just call it like GPT-5 plus, right? If they think it's AGI, and Sam will get access to it, Microsoft will get access to it. But I think the point, Jason was trying to make earlier is like, if like in terms of OpenAI's lead, if they don't launch an AGI level model, like who cares what they can actually develop internally? The only thing that matters is, who's actually going to win in the marketplace. And Sam and all the smart people from OpenAI that join his new company, they'll likely be able to achieve the equivalent AGI, right? Because those trade secrets are all going to cross over. There's nothing OpenAI is going to be able to do about that. And yeah, maybe it'll take 18 months for them to replicate it. But if OpenAI doesn't ship it, it won't matter. The only thing that will matter is whether they can ship a competitor to ChatGPT and GPT-4.
Yep, exactly right. And remember, Steve Jobs
Really
took
fun.
a couple of extra years to get the iPhone perfect, and he still won. So like 18 months we're sitting here seems like forever. It'll be, anybody who has kids knows this. It'll go by real quick.
So to add on to the AGI theory real quick, I think a lot of people didn't hear, but a few weeks ago, apparently, Sam was at an event, and here, I'll just read this quote that he said here. He said, and keep in mind, this was a few weeks ago he said this. He said, about 4 times now in the history of OpenAI now, the most recent being in the last couple of weeks, I've gotten to be in the room when we've pushed the frontier, the veil of ignorance back, and the frontier of discovery forward. End of quote. So I feel like, that seems to pretty strongly imply he's saying there's 4 times in the history of OpenAI where there's been a big leap in a frontier, and he's saying just in the past few weeks, one of those moments happened.
Yeah,
And
I don't think it necessarily implies AGI. It implies
no, yeah, I don't
other.
think AGI,
Yeah.
but I think like something, let's say GPT-4, let's say maybe like 5% of people would maybe colloquially call it, based on their personal definition of AGI, like maybe 5% of people would say GPT-4 is AGI, and then maybe this new model is like 4.5 or something that like 30% of people would
And
call it
the-
AGI or something.
The
Yeah,
important,
if you've been in this kind of around their circle in a long time, like, oh my God, they were kind of obnoxious around GPT-2. They're an amazing team, amazing company, amazing technology, but like GPT-2, they made this whole deal. We're not going to release the weights. It was the first time we're not going to release it. This could like end the world and, all this stuff. And then, now GPT-2 runs on my phone and it's crap. I don't care about it. And so it's
I want to go on a quick monologue. I think that this industry really needs some deprogramming from the sci-fi world. This is an insane narrative, and it's polluted the minds of a generation that we're getting closer and closer to AGI. I said that, to Beff and Bays, who use very big metaphors about, changing the arc of history. I agree with those. They're great inspiration, but they're not an instruction manual. I think that the doomers sort of take this stuff too literally. If you spend your days programming LLMs, programming diffusion models, you know how fragile they are. You know that one little mistake in a 50,000 line of code repo, one wrong number, one wrong parentheses ends the program. That's not a God machine. That's not sentience. That's a fucking computer program. And just as amazing as it was, Paul Allen and Bill Gates must have thought it was amazing to compile BASIC on an Altair. Mark Andreessen must have thought it was cool when the first web display was rendered. And at the end of the day, technology amazes us. But how fast has OpenAI become commonplace? OpenAI gained less than 1% market share of web traffic, less than 1% market share of Google's traffic, right? So you got, on one hand, people talking about doomsday. On the other hand, the rest of the world yawning and saying, well, traffic's actually flat. This isn't that cool. Yeah, it's good for some things. But, this distance between reality and fiction, you would think some of the smartest people in the world would bridge that gap and be able to understand it. But it's this case of myopia where they're so glued to it that, it is amazing to see non-deterministic behavior in computer programs. I'm amazed. Everyone's amazed, right? But as we start to understand it, demystify it, and realize, okay, this is how it works. It's because of these layers. And it's because of these attention heads. And now I really understand what's happening here. It really isn't that amazing. It's amazing that somebody thought of it at first, but now that we're using it every day, it's really not that incredible. So at the end of the day, again, I of course, like anybody else, I see a path to AGI, and I see it's very interesting. But the sci-fi part of this has driven this narrative to the ground, and now it's claimed our very best startup in America, arguably.
Yeah,
So, Mark,
yeah, you go on. Or okay, sure, I'll go. Just real quick, I was going to say, like when you're doomer enough in your mindset, then just like the analogy, like every every nail will look like if the hammer and the nail analogy, but I'm saying pretty much if you have the doomer enough mindset, like you will look at everything potentially as AGI if it's like most people would not consider AGI. Or for example, if Ilya has a doomer enough mindset, he might look at GPT 4.5 as like this is getting way too close to AGI, and Sam Altman might say like what are you talking about? There's obviously this capability still doesn't have, and this like it's obviously not AGI. Would probably need a completely different architecture, and I could definitely see something like that playing out maybe.
Yeah. So one thought, I'm actually writing a long post with my friend Martin Casado of A16Z, and we're coming at so every remember the DDoS thing that you're saying, Amjad, with like 500 arguments about why. Basically, what happens is they will assume an AGI is on par with God. And so therefore, anything you think of, nope, God already thought of that. Nope, God's 2 steps ahead. God figured it out, right? And you can't argue against a truly omnipotent thing, and that's really the kind of the trick that's often used in these arguments. But when you actually bring it back to what can a finite real intelligence do, Martin has a bunch of systems arguments where there's been so much hand waving about, okay, this thing is good at coding, so it's going to escape and it's going to be a Stuxnet, but it's going to be like Stuxnet plus Bitcoin where you can't shut it off. And it's going to be hyper persuasive individuals to the point that this AI cult will keep the AI alive, and they'll, provide the data centers for it, and they'll be able to do it all in secret. And you won't be able to shut down the program or the people, and it'll all happen at once, and it'll be a Flume vertical. There's so many different assumptions that you have to stack there that it's worth actually going and looking at each assumption and almost having like a post that has 5 different levels of sci-fi. Like, how many sci-fi premises do you grant, right?
Yeah, I'm
And
glad you're doing this. I'm not sure you have the level of autism required.
I can help a lot. The thing is, when you ask them to go through a plausible chain of events where there's a FOOM or AI takes over, there's always, like, maybe they'll do a few plausible jumps, but then there's always one big jump that has a very low or provably zero likelihood of happening in their chain of thought. And the thing is, they just go for a longer and longer chain of thought to hope that you kind of lose track of the details. But really what they have is sci-fi priors, right? They're doing like rational inference of what they think is a model of the world, but their priors are broken because they read sci-fi and they don't have priors from applying AI to physics or instantiating AI physically, which is, stuff we have quite a bit of experience in and realize how hard it is, right? Martin's tried to design drugs, do simulations of protein folding. It's fucking insanely hard. So have you, Balaji. And, so like these stories about FOOM and like nanotech design, it's like, or recursive self-optimization. It's like, look, we've thrown meta learning, tons of compute, differentiable programming, simulations, everything at designing new drugs and matter. And it's very, very, very hard, very finicky. And there's fundamental reasons from the laws of optimization, approximate optimization, why it's hard. And there's kind of a natural regularization. There's not just like random, extremely optimal, like local minima you just find randomly, like spikes in the loss function like they fear. It's like, no, you got to throw a lot of compute, go slowly, and you get progressively luckier and luckier in your optimization, and you have these scaling laws that are very predictable in the best case scenario, if you have a very scalable technique like transformers. And so they just have these like ridiculous scenarios like, well, you never know when we're going to scale past this point and suddenly then there's going to be a phase transition and the network is going to grok everything in the fucking universe and it's over. Right? It's like, it's just not plausible. And they're arguing from like sci-fi they grew up on, and you're trying to have a scientific argument, but you don't have a shared kind of background. So it's very difficult. And I've had quite a few of these debates, but it just doesn't hold up to scrutiny. And, I think we could just like dismantle their
This
arguments.
is an AGI. This is not that they're scared of some big AGI breakthrough. It's pretty clear from the state, because they would know, the board would know the progress. They would see that coming. Sam would not have hid that from them. It's super obvious that Sam, who is a consummate deal maker, who we saw all the stories about him talking to Masayoshi-san and Johnny Ive and having done Humane and doing the chip thing, all of that's out there now. It's obvious he was, just doing deal after deal after deal, and that's what tweaked him. And then they just felt like, okay, if this guy's going to go out there and do a deal every 2 months off the back of the OpenAI efforts, that doesn't feel right to us, and he's got to go, and we should just let him go do those things. Which, by the way, I think maybe, I don't know the exact details, but when he was at YC, he was doing a lot of deals, right?
Right.
And I think that may have, I don't think it tweaked people, but
I think it tweaked someone. I think it tweaked a lot of people.
One of the reasons why. Okay, it could tweak people, but there's one thing we believe in Silicon Valley. It's called no conflict, no interest, right? Like every deal is conflicted up the wazoo in 18 different ways to Sunday. That's the power of what we do here. So
I just want to add
I think this has to do strictly with conflicts.
Yeah. So Jason, I think you're right that real quick, that this isn't about AGI. I think it's about something, Balaji has, I think, very wisely said a few times, which is this is more about state worship. I mean, this is about the question of, are you a rebel or are you sort of a coward? And I think that,
capitalism versus hippies.
Yeah, we sort of know where folks are standing here, because it's who's going to save the day when you think that Shoggoth is coming and somebody needs to stop you from doing that last map mole that's going to stop the world. It's the government. And who's going to stop you from spending your money illegally on the dark web? It's the government. It all sort of and I don't want to make this like generalist conversation about capitalism or about libertarianism, but I think that the meta here is AGI is sort of a pretext. This is the same conversation about climate change. This is the same conversation about all of the other things we've argued about over basically freedom and sovereignty over many years.
I think it's maybe important.
I wanted to add.
Okay, yeah, you can go.
I was going to say, I want to add, before it gets lost, add to what Jason said. Oh, did he just disappear? But basically, that's accusing Sam of grifting right off the OpenAI name. And this is not new, and people have talked about this before, and maybe he was doing that. But if the board honestly removed Sam because he's raising money kind of off the backs of OpenAI, why didn't they just tell people that? Why didn't they just issue a statement as like that's what he did, or that's what he's doing?
All this stuff is carefully lawyered, and they want to. They almost certainly didn't expect the entire internet like rising up against them and so on. They thought the innuendo might be enough to make people all be quiet or something like that. And they don't want to put something out there that could be actionable or whatever. That just had the air of a lawyered statement. I think that's right. The couple of thoughts, Martin. And to Jason's point, I agree and I disagree. I absolutely agree that this whole thing terminates in state worship. But I actually think that is the implicit thing that they're not really thinking about, even though it results in that. I do think that this is about AGI for them, because Sam's comment that like there's only a few things in history, and this was one of those 4 breakthroughs, and some of Ilya's tweets seem to point at GPT-5 being a big thing. The thing about it is it goes actually back, in the network state, I have this thing like God state network. What do you think is the most powerful force? Is it Almighty God? Is it the US government? Or is it encryption or AGI? And based on that, you actually get totally different political ideologies. And what they are is sort of like a fusion of, the state and the network. They're often atheists. They don't necessarily believe in God explicitly. They just sort of reinvented the Abrahamic vengeful God, where the AI will punish you if you don't believe in it. Like Rocco's basilisk is like almost like Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager, do you bet that God's going to exist or not? Rocco's basilisk, if you don't actually make the AI come about, it'll kill you when it does come about. These kinds of things appeal to a certain like sort of fundamentalist religious mindset. So it's like implicitly God. It is the state because that's their actual mechanism for doing airstrikes on data centers or executive orders or, like mandates on compute or what have you. And it is of course a network because they sort of bow to the computer. And one of the weird things I saw on Twitter, and you guys have all seen this, is people will type things into the chat box and they'll say, I can't believe it told me how to make sarin gas. Oh my God, or something like that, right? And of course, it was the human that was actually the major part of that hallucination. And these people are so impressionable that they would actually be the AI cult that would sort of worship the algorithm and bring the thing into being without even realizing that.
Have you
And so,
heard it? Have you heard the
go ahead.
story about Zuck? This is just a quick anecdote. There's I think there was the Schumer meeting in DC, and a bunch of like top AI people were there, and one doomer, probably Gary Marcus or someone like that, is showing that you can ask Llama to like produce like an anthrax recipe or something like that, and he types it in, and everyone freaks out. Oh my God, this is gonna kill everyone. And then Zuck goes on the computer and he opens Google and he searched like anthrax recipe. And the first hit is exactly that. And maybe it wasn't anthrax, I forgot what exactly, but it's like, yeah.
Yeah,
It's just better Google right now. That's the thing, is just better search. It's much better search, but that's what it is. It's just better search. It's just better tools right now. Could it be something in the future? Absolutely. It's improving dramatically. I mean, the reinforcement learning stuff I think is more concerning to me, the StarCraft playing, the AlphaGo playing, than generative AI per se. But combining those two, could you get something that could do both logic and yes. But you're absolutely right, Amjad. Right now, it is something where they're getting freaked out over a search engine.
I just want to add with like large language models like GPT-3, 4, etc. They're trained on the data on the internet. So anytime there's a stupid paper like this about anthrax or whatever, or making something, that means it was in the training data on the internet. And the thing is, Google indexes the internet, so you're always going to be able to Google it. Like, I have not seen an example where an LLM has proposed to do something that is clearly not in its training data. Obviously, like in terms of this type of situation, manufacturing something like a bioweapon.
Sorry, I think that's correct. I do think there's like a stronger steelman though.
Go ahead.
No, I think the stronger steelman, right, is like, well, and I think the point that they would make, like, if you were trying to red team these models, you would say like, okay, well, like, what is the number of people in the world, percentage of people in the world that can now use the tool to get to a certain kind of bad outcome or bad output, that we would like them to not have. And it's like, does it substantially increase that number? I think that's actually a better question to ask. I think if you have the model solving many problems, logical steps, facilitating, like distilling out complex steps from, obscure chemistry papers that are tucked away on, some, Russian server somewhere, or whatever, like stuff that you would not find indexed on Google very easily. I think
Sure,
I think this is the correct thing to argue against. I would like
that's
to say,
a dangerous argument.
No. Hold on. I'm not making an argument yet. Chris.
I know, but it means the people shouldn't have.
I'm not making the argument yet. What I'm saying is, if you want to do the steelman, this is the thing to argue against. I think there are many good arguments against this, but I think this is the thing to argue against.
Yeah, and I somewhat agree with Baselord, and here actually significantly do. And here's why, Martin. The thing is that it isn't just memorization. It's not just quoting back a link on the internet. That's actually Google search. Instead, it's doing interpolation in a way that would be difficult for humans to do. For example, you can ask it to write a particular passage in the style of Hemingway or in the style of Jane Austen. That exact text probably does not exist on the internet, but it has learned how to do that. And that is definitely, even if you're just interpolating between, the zillions of text sources out there, that is absolutely like new creativity. Some of the AI images that are being put out there, no human has made before, even if they draw on individual styles and other things. So I don't think we should say it's just recall, it's just memorization. It is more than that. It already writes better than most people do, frankly. And this is a real step forward.
I agree with that, but I meant specifically, and I said in the negative cases where you see the doomers and the research papers that freak out about access to information, it's generally in reference to something very specific, manufacturing methamphetamine or making anthrax or some like biological, sort of biohazard issue, biological weapon. Interpolating those things in a way where it's not exactly correct is not as dramatic as giving people exactly sort of the recipe. So to date, everything has been people freaking out about, the LLMs providing the exact sort of recipe you need to do this awful thing, and that tends to be in the training data.
So my argument here, Balaji, if you don't mind, I'll just say one quick thing. So my opinion here is security through security. I think what we have here is that when we have locked up knowledge in the minds of virology, PhDs, and so on, what we have there is security through obscurity. We didn't realize that we had security through obscurity, but that's what it was all along. And I think we just need to be honest with ourselves and build security through security. If you try to stop this at the LLM level, you've already lost the game, because these models are already open source. The knowledge about how to build them is already open source, and the entire world is going to continue building them. If you think you can lock up the secret sauce in some, tower in the valley, you cannot. It's impossible. The game is over. Security through security. If you are worried about bio risk, work on bio risk. If you're worried about cyber risk, work on cyber risk.
And I think to Martin's point in Spaces many weeks ago is that if you're really worried about people engineering super Ebola, why does the U.S. government have all the genome sequences of these extremely deadly pathogens available to the public?
Correct.
And that's indexed by Google and the LLMs right now. And no one bats an eye at that, right?
Yep. No, dude, I actually wrote a memo about this to DoD in 2017, and specifically brought up generative modeling, the risks that were associated with this. I fully agree. It does not make any sense.
Speaking of, by the way, this is maybe the most obvious point, but I feel it should be hammered. The U.S. government and the Chinese government, just in the study of coronaviruses, viruses, pathogens were another big X risk concern of the EAs. And these researchers, by all accounts, the gain of function theory has a lot of merit to it, the lab leak theory, were poking, a virus and saying, hey, it would be so dangerous if we modify the virus and it did this. We should be so concerned about it. And they basically hyperstitioned the thing into being, and they created this thing to prove that this X risk was real. Right now, it only killed whatever million people. It didn't, it wasn't as bad as the virus from Contagion, but it does show that these are the generators of risk, the U.S. government, the Chinese government, not the protectors against it. There still hasn't been any accountability for it. They denied that they were doing it. And so how do you exactly go from that to, okay, they're going to protect us from AGI? Of course they're not. They don't, they have absolutely no track record on this.
Yeah, Beff, go ahead. I have something I really want to say here, but
no, go ahead, Base. Go ahead, Base.
I think what I want to say here is just very, very, very quick. So all of this is to say that I don't think the formula works. I think we have a huge responsibility. If we support open source, and this is the way that we want to go, I think it does confer a responsibility onto us. And yeah, there's a lot of work to do to patch civilization against, when you introduce a new technology, it creates a perturbation in the power landscape, and you need to adapt your civilization in accordance with that. I think we have to patch civilization. There's no doubt about it. The way to go about it, though, is to actually band together, work in a distributed fashion, divide and conquer, not to rely on some elite, ineffective SEAL team fantasy.
The first step
I
is to elect anarcho-capitalist with Barty and like Argentina did, and you go from there.
So I just wanted to point out that.
I just want to add to Balaji's point. Essentially, the argument of EAC is that the market post-selects for things that have utility to humans in the market, right? And that probabilistically post-selects on AI architectures that are aligned, right? That provide utility, not like massive net negatives, right? And in a sense, by purposefully exploring the space of adversarial and nefarious AIs, the safetyists are purposefully exploring parts of the hyperparameter space that are potentially dangerous. And so they are the danger. Like the safetyists are the danger. They are the source of the danger. The market will not naturally like post-select and assign capital and reinforce sort of evolutionarily AIs that are dangerous and net nefarious and just pure negative value to the world, right? Like capitalism is a form of AI where you assign more capital to things that have positive value to the growth of the whole system. And that sort of is a sort of soft probabilistic filter over the space of products and AIs, right? There's all sorts of technologies that we could build that are extremely dangerous that have nothing to do with artificial intelligence. We don't fucking build them because we don't want to create negative value, and you don't. There's a sort of incentive to create positive value because then you get more resources to create more. And so the market and capitalism is the ultimate alignment tool, and these safetyists that are like, oh, I'm going to use capitalism, secure a crap ton of resources, and then like install communism, make a coup, right? And then use those resources for quote unquote safety research, which is really like danger research, which is like literally the worst case scenario that could happen. Now they have, I don't know how much money they have left, right? I don't know how the deal with Microsoft works or how much cash they have left to train models. But like, to me, this is exactly, and it reinforces the point of like why we said you should not centralize too much power in the hands of a few. You become a target. Even if you like the leaders today, there can be decapitation attacks. If you centralize the locus of cybernetic control to like a single node, it will be decapitated, right? That's why you got to have decentralized efforts. That's why you got to have parallel efforts, because it's fault tolerant, right? And it's much more robust. It's trustless. And so we got to have many competing efforts. I think overall, like OpenAI imploding right now, they are completely going to implode. I mean, they're going to keep going to some extent, but like Sam Coe is going to BTFO them. Elon's going to gear up and be able to attract tons of talent, and then Mistral and so on. Tons of efforts are going to start really competing with them, and we're going to have a more of a multipolar sort of world in terms of like AI players, and I think that's net good for the market. But what would be bad is like sort of these kind of ideologues, extremists that are kind of hyperstitiously trying to create like AGI that breaks capitalism, breaks the job market, or creates really nefarious things. And I think they're the danger. Frankly, the doomers are the danger, and we should just straight up stop them. So myself and Baze, we have stuff to build, but like this seems like a really important cause as well. So we're gonna try to figure out how to organize ourselves. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I want to blurt out a bunch
I
of
just
thoughts.
I just wanted to add that part of what we're doing that's very different than the EAs is they did a decapitation attack against OpenAI. It looks like it's succeeding from a hard power standpoint, and it was all backroom dealing. It was all done in a way that makes a lot of people feel bad, is immoral in many ways. It's the whole classic EA, the ends justify the means bullshit. And well, we're out here and we have all these incredible speakers here from, that have raised collectively billions of dollars and led large movements and companies and have experiences from very different sectors. And we're on this platform, and anyone anyone with an internet connection globally, not just the public, but globally, any country can come here and participate and listen and join and comment and speak. And that's I think that's a huge difference. Like EOC is it's not about just being decentralized. It's about being open and being inclusive. These EAs, if you're not in the in group, the effective altruists, like like they view you as sort of like a pathogen, and they want to squash you, right? They only trust their in group, and I think that's a huge issue. Like, I get authoritarian vibes from that, and it's the same theme that we've seen over the last couple hundred years at this point, which is it's sort of like Marxism in a new coat, and like
They're really harsh
wearing
to
a
each
fresh
other.
coat of paint.
Yeah, I was wanting to say
They're super
something to.
harsh to each other too. Like, if you read the book, the SBF book, it's not just in group versus out group. It's in group versus in group versus in group, right? It's like you can like keep becoming more purist within that group, and so there's a lot of infighting as well.
Yeah, I was
That's the
wanting to.
worst. Just to add
Sorry,
to
I'll talk after
Amjad's
you.
statement, this is what we've seen. I used to be sort of like, I don't want to bring politics into it, but like more left of center, and the problem with and you see this on the left and the right, but particularly my experience living in San Francisco has been on the left, is that you get ostracized from groups through these purity tests, and it just goes further left and further left, and they push everybody that is reasonable out. And I feel this is exactly what's happening with effective altruism, and all the adjacent movements. Like, they're Amjad, to your point, is they have an in group, but they clearly have like an in group of an in group that's more extreme, and to me that's really concerning.
Something that Beff was talking about a little bit earlier, and I agree with most of what you said, Beff. But like, just something you were saying along with what we were originally talking about at the towards the beginning of the space as well, is when we were just even talking about the concept of AGI and debating like, oh, did Ilya do this or that, or were the board members doing this because of something AGI development related? Like, I think it's important to keep in mind the definition specifically for OpenAI that they have for AGI
This
is kind of
is
like maybe
over,
different
right?
than
Like,
what a lot
this was
of
clearly like Ilya.
I don't know about
doomers would call AGI, or
geopolitics, or
what
maybe
we would
two.
call
Could you get
AGI.
something
So
that
it's
could do both?
just,
to each
yeah, I'll just
other
read it
too.
verbatim real quick. It's just something
One thing we believe in
that
Silicon Valley, it's called no comp.
it's here.
But basically,
Something that's able to do most
that's accusing
economically
Sam
valuable
of
work.
grifting,
So
right,
even
off
that's
the
kind of
OpenAI
vague, right?
name.
But like,
And
if it's even
this is
something
not new,
that,
and people
let's
have
say,
talked
doing
about this
an entry
before. And
level white collar
that
non-physical
add
job
to
and able to do
what
maybe like
Jason
50%
said.
of
Did
those,
he-
like roughly, you could imagine if you just have something that has a little bit better long-term planning capabilities, obviously wouldn't be fully to that extent, but I could see Ilya definitely getting scared if they simply had something like GPT-4 fine-tuned specifically to work with Auto GPT really well. If you guys are familiar with that, then just
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Satya literally just tweeted 3 minutes ago that Sam and GDB are joining Microsoft.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Satya just tweeted 3 minutes ago that Sam and GDB are joining Microsoft to lead
Holy
a
shit.
new advanced AI research team.
That is big.
We look forward to
Holy
moving
shit.
quickly to provide them with the resources needed for their success.
Wait, can you pin that to the space billboard?
I mean, I don't know if I can actually pin it, but can I do that?
I just did it.
I just did it too.
We are accelerating.
Roll back.
Okay, so here,
We're so
we remain committed to our partnership with OpenAI and have confidence in our product roadmap, our ability to continue to innovate with everything we announce at Microsoft Ignite, and in continuing to support our customers and partners. We look forward to getting to know Emmett Shear and OpenAI's new leadership team and working with them. And we are extremely excited to share the news that Sam Altman and Greg Brockman, together with colleagues, will be joining Microsoft to lead a new advanced AI research team. We look forward to moving quickly to provide them with the resources needed for their success.
One way to look at this is that OpenAI's new boss, this is like the 4D chess, is now Microsoft via Sam and Greg.
Yeah, this is actually huge.
I wanted to add some, while I'm processing this in my left side of my brain, my other side of my brain says that this guarantees that Sam and Greg will build. They can take everything OpenAI has already built, and they can obviously starting next, probably immediately next week, they'll have 10, 20, 30% of the company of OpenAI over at Microsoft, and they'll have access to everything
and the compute
so
and the infrastructure
and the compute in it. So they won't have that. They won't have the 18-month lag that we were talking about earlier. Sam will have he'll have everything he basically has now. It just has to be pulled into a new organization, which is Microsoft. I think that's pretty.
Sam just tweeted, "The mission continues."
Wow, what a movie. This is just insane to live through.
Okay, they have to remake the social network, but call it the neural network.
So one obvious question for the capitalists in the room is, Sam, Greg, entrepreneurs, capitalists, I'm sure there are ways to incentivize these guys out of Microsoft. Are they doing this for but it doesn't seem that obvious. So are they doing this to make money? Are they doing this to get even with OpenAI? Is it that they believe in this mission of AGI so much that they don't care about money, quite frankly, and ultimately want to control?
I think it goes something like this. They sort of ran out of time with the negotiations and everything. They couldn't bring back Sam to OpenAI. There's like a talent hemorrhaging that's happening. And then there's all these brand issues, and there's all this stock ramification for Microsoft. And so this is like a sort of a save. Okay, we're going to create a new group around you. The OpenAI team members that want to leave and continue working with Sam and Greg can join that team. And in the meantime, we're going to continue to work through the legal channels to figure out how to take back OpenAI. So it's sort of a band-aid, it seems like. At least that's my initial impression.
I don't know if you guys saw the Microsoft Ignite event.
Sorry, quick. Martin, can you add Balaji back?
Yeah.
While you do that, I was going to mention that the Microsoft Ignite event, they showed a new chip, which they said they partnered with OpenAI. Mm-hmm.
It's the right shelling point. It's like hitting the fire alarm. Everybody runs out of the building, and where do they assemble? Well, this is the obvious place to assemble. So they have enough domain knowledge in the heads of all the people moving over there to reconstruct a lot of it, if not all of it. And it might take, I don't know what percentage of the talent. And then the thing is, with Microsoft helping, of course, this is a mess. It's still a huge mess. But and it remains to be seen how many committed EAs there are at OpenAI. But they could launch it as Bing AI. They could spin it out as a separate company. And then Microsoft at any time could just cut off compute to OpenAI and offer some migration plan. There's probably something in the contract where Satya could just do that. And it'd still be a hit. You lose 100 million users. There's still damage in this transition. But maybe it's something where they can recover faster.
Yeah, I feel like the data center gains here are not to be forgotten. I think, this seems like definitely shortens the recovery.
Just wanted to extend an invite to Mark Andreessen if he wants to come up. Stunning news here. And again, makes you wonder what the motivations here are. Is it to be the Einstein, to go down in history as the instantiator of AGI? It seems to me that both men are very wealthy, probably not interested too much in commercial opportunity running a subsidiary of Microsoft, but seems to me this is about ego. What do you guys think?
I personally don't feel like too much ego is involved, but I don't know. You guys have probably more business experience than me.
I think if it was ego, he probably would just start his own thing, right?
Yeah, I think the question is just literally, where can we go to train GPT-5? Answer, Microsoft.
I think if you go ahead, George. Sorry, welcome to the space.
Thank you. And to Thank you. To the EAs, they acted like fucking children, and they get exactly what they deserve. And this is why we don't have new companies, and this is why Microsoft gets power. And look, I like Microsoft. I like Microsoft a whole lot more than the children who staged a coup and destroyed OpenAI. But I'm glad everyone comes back together nicely, and we'll get GPT-5, and it won't be open source. But you know what? There's open source may be the best, but if I can pay $20 and I can use it, I'm also pretty happy. It's these people who have a nonprofit that is not open source that makes no sense at all. How did they think this was okay?
So you're absolutely right. I just wanted to push back. I do think it's about ego, because starting the new code tomorrow is taking a big L. You are starting from scratch. You got to go raise billions. You got to go hire everyone. It's going to be a pain. Going to Microsoft, you are now technically the boss of OpenAI. You run that contract. You can sue them for breach, et cetera, et cetera. And Satya is giving them probably a bankroll to productize whatever they want. It just still seems weird to me to want to be running a sub at Microsoft. That does not seem like Sam Altman.
Martin, just quickly, I want to add something. Since we don't know what the Microsoft OpenAI commercial contract looks like, it's possible that they can't sub-license the OpenAI technology. So Sam joining Microsoft could be very well a temporary, get direct access to OpenAI technology immediately shortcut. If you kind of look at it from like an EA standpoint, ends justify the means, it might make sense to join Microsoft versus building a new co.
I agree. Yeah, actually, one of the pivotal things I think that people are maybe forgetting is during the Microsoft Ignite event, they did actually announce, the Maya 100 chip, which is a new custom AI accelerator chip that Microsoft has been co-developing with OpenAI specifically for, accelerating pretty much OpenAI workloads and AI models. So the fact that they already have this hardware available, it's made by Microsoft, it's being deployed and built out by Microsoft. I mean, who knows how long they spent developing these custom chips, and it just makes sense that, hey, now Sam Altman can pretty much be the head of the research or new research lab or whatever, doing cutting edge tech and research at Microsoft and utilize that.
For what it's worth, I think Sam will still start these other companies.
Right.
I don't think that's going to stop him from starting these other companies.
I'm sure doing this was part of the
I totally
deal.
agree. I think this is an interim move. I think that it shows that Microsoft and Sam are a unit and not OpenAI. It's a message to OpenAI. It's a message to Microsoft's investors. And also for Sam, unlike starting a new co, it gives him immediate access to OpenAI's technology. Which if you're going to get 10 to 30% of OpenAI's employees move over the next week, they'll be able to immediately get back to work.
In the very beginning of this space, we were talking about the litigation consequences in terms of, lawsuits from employees and OpenAI shareholders. I'm curious with this new development, what people are in the space are thinking from a litigation perspective. Are you going to have OpenAI now suing Microsoft, for trade secrets or stealing talent or whatever you want to call it?
No, I don't see that.
Yeah, I doubt it. One interesting hypothesis, which I couldn't exclude, is that Sam Altman will be the new CEO of Microsoft. Given what Paul Graham said about Sam's term and his ability to lead, I don't think that's crazy. Satya has been in the seat for a while. He's done an amazing job, and passing a baton could make sense.
Yeah, it could totally make sense. When Nat Friedman was running GitHub, they were actually grooming him as a Satya kind of successor. So I think they've been thinking about that for a while.
I think Satya only 55 though. I feel like he has another 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, I doubt it. And I trust Satya with the governance of this stuff way more than I trust the other people, right? Like you're really concerned about who's going to have control over these AI things? The little boardroom coup that was staged gives you zero faith in those people, right? You want those people to have control over, if you take them at their words that this is the destiny of humanity, right? That's not who you want, right? I don't even think Sam Altman, Nat Friedman, I trust Satya a lot more than both of them. I'm very happy with the outcome that I came here, and I don't think it's anything more than it is. I think it's really, what do the people in OpenAI want? Training GPT-5. Where's the best place to go do it? Microsoft. What's Microsoft going to do with it? Sell it and make $20 a month off many people. Pretty good outcome.
By the way, we got to give some props.
Yeah,
I mean,
go ahead.
Satya Nadella pulling this off. The end of the game, he's winning this game of chess, and that's real startup CEO level skills to pull that together and react that fast.
Absolutely.
Right? It's ridiculous, actually. Anyway, just wanted to say he doesn't toot his own horn that much, but like the turnaround he's led at Microsoft now, it's pretty impressive. Anyway,
I agree with that. This is like 9-dimensional chess at this point, and Satya won.
The breaking news, it's possible that Sam Altman has been fired from Microsoft for not being candid enough with Satya Nadella.
Yeah. But no, on a note about the terms and conditions for how Microsoft has the agreement, everything up until AGI, and I mean, OpenAI already has a definition of AGI, like pretty much a lot lower in capabilities than what most people's definition is. So we're talking about something that just can do something like be able to do at least 50% of entry level white collar worker jobs, for example, to like a reasonable effectiveness. But obviously we're probably a good ways away from that. But the fact that Microsoft doesn't have any IP rights or any access to post AGI technology, but now if Sam Altman and Greg Brockman are in the future within the next few years, the next decades or so, doing AGI development within Microsoft research, then Microsoft would have access to that post AGI technology. So in a way, this is actually maybe kind of a better deal for Microsoft than the original OpenAI deal.
I also honestly would not be surprised if this was like a 3 or 4 year play to get Sam and Greg back into OpenAI and to make it solely a for-profit or something similar. Like this seems to be like an hour by hour thing where both sides are like using any leverage that they can have to extend it back to their side.
Yeah.
And this gives Microsoft
Yeah,
time to regain control over the situation.
I think
who's Microsoft? Who at Microsoft is going to be managing the OpenAI relationship starting tomorrow? I mean, it looks like it's going to be Sam and Greg probably.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Now we did. Oh my God.
No, this is what I'm saying is that this is about ego. This is about saying, "Oh, you think you fired us? Well, here we are again. We're your boss now. And by the way, we think you're in breach. So, maybe we'll sue you and or do this or that." And I think it'll be interesting. We are told that there will be more major announcements the next day or two. So very interesting. This is almost like the most amazing movie you could never write this script.
Yeah, one quick thing to add. I know I brought up the litigation thing before about the possibility that OpenAI might sue Microsoft for poaching talent. The other interesting kind of semi-litigative aspect of this is going to be the Microsoft OpenAI partnership agreement, which we already know just from what they've published publicly is extraordinarily messy and complex and strange and kind of unique. I would not be surprised if lawyers and people from both sides are going through that line by line, word by word, figuring out every single way that they can fuck over the other person, whether that's the AGI declaration or how the compute agreement is managed. I think there's a lot of interesting possibilities there, and this is still probably just the 5th or 6th inning of like a 9-inning story.
I can't compare with Microsoft lawyers. It's pretty hard.
The big question,
George,
is
go ahead.
How broad is Microsoft's ownership over OpenAI IP, right? If Microsoft's ownership of OpenAI IP extends to the source code, great. You all have your jobs back. You're at a new organization. We have all the code. Continue your work. And, all the D cells can stay at OpenAI. It's a dead organization.
Yeah, I think that we could still see Sam make a rival. I don't think this forecloses a consumer app. I don't think it forecloses a SaaS app, an API service. I don't think Sam's done here. I think this is just one step of what's going to be a number of interesting chess moves.
Yeah,
it's where the talent goes next week. And if all the talent goes to Microsoft, 100%. Google's over. Google. Yeah. This is not just the end of OpenAI. This is the end of Google in 5 years, right? Like we will actually use Bing.
I think you're 100% right. And it's what we were talking about when Jason was here, which is that a great company isn't made by a technical lead. It's not made by one great person. It's made by that person's ability to bring people into the company and get them to be more productive, raise the level, raise the talent within the company, and get them inspired and working harder. That's what Sam was able to do. He was able to do something with a few hundred people and not a lot of money that no company could do with billions of dollars and thousands of people. He's the talent of a generation. And ultimately, what he does next will be very interesting. We don't know the full story. We know that he's somehow going to join Microsoft, at least maybe part-time. We don't know, but it'll be very funny if when they have their bi-monthly, if you ever done a deal with like a big pharma like I have or something like that, you have these like bi-weekly steering committee meetings with your partners. So having Sam show up to that will be quite funny.
Yeah, so I have a question for you, George. So yesterday, I was kind of asking around, engaging people's views on if Kaprathi would leave and if he would join Sam and Greg Brockman. And I think you said something to the effect, George, of I think you said 70% chance you think that Kaprathi would leave. And I'm just wondering now, like, do you still think it's 70% chance that he would leave and join Sam and Greg Brockman over at Microsoft? Or do you kind of have, different possibilities you think?
I'll raise it to 90.
Okay,
and
perfect.
I mean, look, if Sam and Greg legitimately plan on joining Microsoft and building GPT-5 there, I really respect that decision. And I do not think it's an ego decision. I think it's actually a decision for the best case development of AI and the best continuation of the company.
I guess the question is, though, do we think that they'll just try making the same thing that they were previously working on when they got fired? Or are they going to try and maybe approach a different angle and not exactly try to do the exact same thing that OpenAI is doing?
Oh, copy it exactly. Copy it exactly. Build Bing Chat, and everyone will start using Bing Chat. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I
Again,
agree. They need a Chat GPT competitor to get the consumer mindshare, and then they also need to make sure that Microsoft has at least parity with OpenAI's developer platform for API services.
I think it's really interesting.
That would be the most important thing. It's the
Yeah.
most important thing because we already know that OpenAI, under the leadership of the king of D cells, will not release anything that's more advanced than GPT-4 to the public.
Yeah, I think, like, okay, for Microsoft research, the thing I'm very curious about is, first, in terms of small models, and I know a lot of people don't really care about small models, but like there's things like Phi 1, Phi 2 that was just, announced at Microsoft Ignite recently. And this is stuff that Microsoft research puts out that actually helps kind of accelerate the state of the art in open source. And I'm wondering if like that type of state of the art small model acceleration is going to be made open source and continued to be like advanced upon under Sam Altman and Greg Brockman. And if that is the case, I think that's super cool. And that'll like really gain respect from the EAC community.
I wonder if joining the mothership, kind of the evil empire that Microsoft represents to at least an old generation of hackers, is a financial move as well. And I say this because, having followed Warren Buffett my whole life, one of the questions I've always had is, how do you incentivize somebody to join a $100 billion company or $200 billion company? And what I learned over the years is that you can make a fortune at Berkshire Hathaway if you have Warren's ear, and you can get a percentage of profits even. So people have made $5 billion working at Berkshire Hathaway. I wonder what the deal is here, because if I'm Satya, I'm telling Sam, you want to make a phone? We'll make your phone. You want to make new chips? We'll make new chips. Your ambition is the sun. We have the capital, we have the people, we have the distribution to help you make the sun. And I think it's a perfect home in a lot of ways for Sam if they give him free reign and a big budget. And the same way Buffett allocates capital to his best, in essence, private equity and hedge fund type investors, I think if you're Satya, you're sitting here saying, look, I got a huge balance sheet. I have a huge, product pipeline in a huge number of people. What's the best way to leverage this? Let me get the most ambitious and kind of exciting entrepreneur in the world and have him work for me. And let me make sure I incentivize him in a way that makes sense for Microsoft and for him. And, again, coup of the century for Satya, especially if he can keep Sam's activities to Microsoft and not, this being one of, like, say, 10 things that Sam does in the future.
Yeah, and I think an actual very interesting point that Microsoft has is they're one of the very, very few companies in the world that literally have one of the world's most popular operating systems. And I feel like that's actually a point that could definitely get, at least even Karpathy has talked about, having very deeply integrated AI systems within operating systems. If he quits OpenAI right now, goes to work, under Greg and Sam over at this new Microsoft research division, that might be the perfect fit to where he can literally have an impact on, let's say, maybe the next version of Windows or anything like that, and actually make an impact that way.
Yeah, Patrick just tweeted that the big winner is Bing.
Now, I think it's a lot deeper than that. I think the next version of Windows.
Just to interrupt real quick, we got some breaking news. Will Depew, a friend and young man who has joined OpenAI, has tweeted a magnet torrent link. Could this be the leak that we're thinking of?
Wait, unironically?
Or is
No, I think it's
You're getting
it's a joke. It's a joke.
Phew, okay, just the stakes are large, and it's not impossible that OpenAI, in an act of implosion, becomes a truly open source company.
He did.
I saw this joke. I saw this joke an hour ago.
Who's getting rickrolled?
Exactly.
Well, it all starts as a joke until someone actually does it.
Yeah, Llama started, right? Llama started on 4chan. I would not be totally shocked. It would be the leak of the century if we see weights and or architecture and or other, key documents leak. If I'm an OpenAI insider that just lost a couple $2 billion, it's certainly tempting. It's also very dangerous and illegal to do, so I wouldn't suggest it. But
it also got released as a torrent Mistral model. A lot of people forgot that.
Probably not worth it. We'll get Llama 3 soon. It's gonna be pretty good.
Well, the question isn't who's putting the torrent link up right now, but the question is how many people copied it to an SSD and have it in a shoebox at their house, right?
I'd say that, to take the Snowden page, even if one person has done that, it's no doubt that China's got a full copy of it. This is one of these things that's not great for American sort of security and stuff like that. It's, again, if you believe these things are national security interests, I'd be very surprised if these weights aren't moving.
China has the schematics for the F-35 too.
That's part of
yeah,
the course.
I suppose.
I thought the F-35 was open source.
They also have all the source code for iOS and Windows and everything else. By the way, when I used to work at Apple, I was very careful to delete all my data, and I won't name names, but I have talked to folks that literally have and I'm not going to say which company, but have the source code to things that have never leaked, that you go, wow, that must be really secure. But no, it's just on their MacBook Pro, and they leave the company and they literally find stuff on a USB drive years later. So our entire tech industry is not secure.
There's no security at all. Everyone knows this. I'm probably still capable of writing browser exploits. You'd never detect it, and I can pull everything off your computer, right? And this is compare this to the Chinese state.
What a beast!
It's my point is it's easy. There is no computer security really. I hope everyone kind of knows this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like somebody one time did a thing called jailbreaking on an iPhone,
Well, I mean, it used to be way easier. It is a lot harder now. The value of these exploits has gone up from 10 to 100,000 to 1 to 10 million, but still, it's $1 million. Who cares?
For sure, yeah. Speaking of operating systems, though, before the Will Depew thing, we're kind of on the tangent of do you guys really think Bing is kind of the real golden egg for Microsoft right now, or
I think
it's Windows 12. I think it's Windows as a whole, or maybe not Windows 12. I don't know what they would call it, but the Windows platform as a whole, obviously, just licensing that out.
Dear God, please just give me an API. I don't want a Microsoft account.
But you guys get what I'm saying, though, right? How much they can actually rebuild Windows in the future, maybe not in the next year, maybe not in the next 2 years, but in the relatively near future. And I think that'd be a way bigger deal than Bing.
Yeah, and don't forget hardware, right? And it's obviously Azure is the first winner, but remember that Sam has Satya's ear. I think he got Microsoft to invest several $100 million in his nuclear startup that he invested in, right? So I think that this could be a really beautiful, number two, basically, at Microsoft, where, again, this guy's so ambitious. How do you move the needle at a $2 trillion company? There are not many people who can even put their mind in that state of thinking through products that can do that. Sam's one of the few people who could do that. Again, is this for glory? Is this for money? Is it for both? Is it for clout? It's really hard to tell. It'll be fascinating to see more details come out. Again, we're promised that something big is coming very soon.
Martin, quick question for you. Prediction I'm curious about. Do you think Microsoft opens up or down tomorrow?
That I don't know. I've put my trader hat on, but I do think this is a coup, a hell of a coup, because ultimately, I don't know that Microsoft sort of had the best deal with OpenAI anyway. They basically are trading compute for equity. That deal sucks now, right? It's sort of like, irrelevant, but Microsoft kind of wanted a seat at the table. So Microsoft still, Satya said something nice about, OpenAI and wanting to sort of continue the relationship and stuff like that. Again, somebody mentioned Microsoft's legal department, which is one of the most formidable in the world. I still don't think, I still think it's possible that OpenAI is in breach and that, their compute could get cut off. And Sam's revenge as now a senior Microsoft executive could be, the sword of Damocles hanging over the new management team over there. So, I think that Microsoft has just secured the two best entrepreneurs in the world, in essence. And ultimately, that's a great thing for Microsoft. And, to the extent they bring that institutional knowledge to grab the people, that they need to their team, that's even better. So I think it opens up maybe even a substantial way. Remember, 1% is substantial for Microsoft since their company is so large. But they've secured and stabilized the crazy relationship with OpenAI. It looks like OpenAI will be solvent if Microsoft wants it to be. And then they got the best guy out of it. So the worst case scenario was Sam going off and creating his own company, right? That's sort of a disaster for Microsoft, where it's like, oh boy, now this is all splintering out of control. And now they sort of got the talent and brought him 100% in house. I think that's a big win for them.
Well, yeah, I do want to make a little bit of a correction. Sorry, I was just wanting to make a correction real quick on something I said earlier. So remember when I was saying about how Sam Altman had the quote of 4 past breakthroughs, something that happened very recently. So I was saying that he said that quote like a few weeks ago, but apparently he actually said that quote at an event literally the day before he got fired. So that makes it even a little bit more interesting. But yeah, that's all I want to say. You can go ahead, Chris.
Martin, I was going to say, you're absolutely right, but also, you're looking at 10, at least 10, maybe up to 50% of OpenAI will be joining Microsoft in less than a week. Let alone whatever residual percent, and it's going to be the better half of the company.
Yeah, absolutely the better half.
And so another way to spin this is that Satya effectively acquired OpenAI. He got the best. He got the leaders. He's gonna get the best quarter to half, 25 to 50% of the company, and because they have not achieved AGI yet, they already have access to OpenAI's IP, right? So this is essentially an acquisition of the better half of OpenAI. And also from a based perspective is that the EA culture at OpenAI probably can't be extinguished at this point. And so Satya effectively acquired OpenAI for free and removed all the D cells at the same time. It's actually a pretty good move.
That's actually a really good point. Yeah, the last point, that he removed all the D cells without having to do any work. Yeah.
He still may not have complete access to the IP of OpenAI.
Well, we know for sure that their models are running on their server. So
we also know
they have access to the base models.
Well, remember what I said earlier. A great company is not, what the assets they have today. It's the assets of their people. These amazing engineers. Some of them may not want to work for Microsoft, mind you, but I think most of them will go along with Sam. And I think that it's the people that made this miracle happen in the first place that could possibly make the next one happen. Again, there's also such things as one-trick ponies. Just because we got the LLM revolution from OpenAI doesn't mean we're going to get the HI revolution from OpenAI. There's plenty of companies that were unable to do that. Intel brought us the microprocessor revolution. They did not bring us the GPU revolution. So, there's no guarantee of anything. But it is rather remarkable.
I don't think we need another revolution. I think it's fine. I think that let's just continue. GPT-2. Remember when GPT-2? I like that before. Remember when GPT-2 was scaring people, and now you can run a GPT-2 on a phone? Like, we don't need a revolution.
GPT-2 sucks.
I know. We don't need a revolution. We need GPT-2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just keep going. Like,
all right,
it doesn't.
We have some new stuff. Just bear with me. Sorry to interrupt you guys. He says, Satya Nadella, I'm super excited to have you join as CEO of this new group, Sam, setting a new pace for innovation. We've learned a lot over the years on how to give founders and innovators space to build independent entities and cultures within Microsoft, such as GitHub, Mojang, and LinkedIn. And I'm looking forward to having you do the same. So this is basically Satya giving a blank check to Sam and saying, go do a startup within Microsoft. And I gotta think that's going to include some equity and direct payment profit participation, not just run this startup within Microsoft and get a wagey kind of compensation package. I think this is more like we'll give you the economics of that you would get within a startup. The same kind of thing, except just all in-house at Microsoft. And this is the kind of thing, again, someone like Steve Cohen often gives to people at his hedge fund. He says, don't start your own hedge fund. You are going to charge, say, 1 in 20 for your hedge fund. You can make 1 in 20, or I'll give you 2 in 25 to stay here and manage all the money you can for me, and forget outside clients. You don't need them. I'm going to make everything simple for you. And that kind of thing is very attractive. So for Sam, he gets the same thing. I'm going to give you 20% of this entity, or through synthetic kind of phantom equity. I'm going to give you all the resources of Microsoft you need. Could you get that on your own startup? No. Why would you do your own startup when you can have your startup within us?
It's
I just
kind of
want
like
to
what
point
DeepMind.
out. Sorry, just like a structural thing is Microsoft. For those that are not familiar, has business units, and they generally have a general manager, which is essentially the CEO, and they have their own P&L, and they use shared capital from the company. The fact that if Satya is saying Sam is CEO, he's essentially like if Sam was GM, he would be CEO of that business unit. But by saying he's CEO, it likely means Sam has negotiated a different structure. So maybe it's possible we're going to see something more like how Cruise spun out of General Motors. They got acquired by General Motors, and then they got spun out, and became a majority owned by GM, but operated completely independently. Maybe it's possible that this is going to sort of start that way, or perhaps start as a completely independent division of Microsoft, with Microsoft funding it, but with the plans to spin it off. Also, given that Cruise's CEO and founder Kyle left earlier today, not to add a conspiracy theory, but of all the founders that are connected well into Y Combinator and likely know Sam pretty well, that have done complicated corporate startup things where you run a startup as part of a corporation. That's the guy, and he quit today. So
He also worked at Twitch, though.
Why does that matter?
Because Emmett's now the CEO of OpenAI.
Who cares about Emmett? He's a D-cell like doomer.
No, I just mean the Kyle being a wild card could be him going to either side. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I don't know Kyle. I know folks that know him really well, including folks that served on the boards of my companies, and they have like mad respect for him.
I feel like this is an interesting situation where it does definitely remind me, maybe this is obvious, but this is kind of what I was suspecting as soon as I heard that they would be doing something under Microsoft, which I feel like this is kind of to Microsoft what DeepMind has been to Google. And, hopefully they actually ship, unlike Gemini and Google. But this seems like kind of, in a way, a direct competitor to DeepMind and Google, if that makes sense. And, both trillion-dollar companies, both actually are also doing operating systems. You have Microsoft Windows, and then you have Google Android, Chrome OS. And it seems like it'll be some pretty interesting competition these next few years.
Can Sam?
We'll see how much of a competition it really is.
Right. Can Sam actually coexist with an Azure bureaucracy? Right. I mean, I think it's one thing to draw structures on pieces of paper. It's another thing to fill out TPS reports for your Azure GM bosses. It's
yeah, I think this is like Sam has a potential here for going just full Super Saiyan and just ripping a hole in the org chart. I don't know. We'll see.
Does anybody want to put a likelihood on whether or not Sam and Greg will ship before Google ships with Gemini?
Great question.
Oh, I think they will.
That's a great question.
I mean,
I think like 50-50.
They clearly have
Pretty uncertain about
access to. People are skeptical of Microsoft, but Microsoft has been shipping fine-tuned, maybe beyond that, versions of GPT-4 before OpenAI has. They shipped DALL-E 3, and GPT-4 prior to OpenAI, this is not new. So like Microsoft clearly has access to the IP and is relatively agile. So Sam's going to get access to this as well. And then also like I said earlier, a very large portion of the OpenAI team is likely to move to this new group.
Yeah, and remember, Microsoft's AI research team is bigger than the entire company at OpenAI. Microsoft's done an amazing job with DeepSpeed. I found a bug in DeepSpeed, okay, and a PR went up fixing the bug. I didn't tell anybody at Microsoft. I made a tweet, and they literally patched it and put it into, through a new version number out. This is a great company. There's a reason they're the biggest software company in the world, and I think that we should see better and bigger things. Fee is another example. We were talking about Fee earlier. I know LDJ knows Fee well, so I would not be surprised if Microsoft, of course, has reserved their own rights to make their own LLMs and field them. And again, remember when Llama 2 came out, who was it by Mark Zuckerberg's side? It was Satya saying we're going to be a Llama 2 purveyor, we're going to be a GPT purveyor, and very soon we're going to be a SAM GPT purveyor. And I think that OpenAI will just be one of many choices that Microsoft is fielding through Azure.
Yeah, speaking of Llama, actually, that's some news. Just in the past couple days, Mark Zuckerberg apparently disbanded the responsible AI safety team at Meta. So, I mean, it's pretty much a wild card right now, and looks super bullish for Llama 3 in the short term.
Yeah, good for him. This has been a great.
I saw that.
Out of here.
I saw that from Satya, where he said he was going to use put all the models in Azure. Azure's actually good. Like we use it at Comma. It's good. I'm very bullish on the future of that, and like you just put all the models in there. You have all the foundation models as cloud services, and yeah, Satya wins.
I think you have to be bullish on Microsoft after tonight. I mean, they're the largest software company in the world. Like, man, if that's the truth, your intuition would actually be that they move extremely slow. And the fact that this whole agreement was probably negotiated in the last 6 hours is fucking crazy. Like 7 or 8 hours ago, we all thought Sam was going to be reinstated as CEO. The board kept their cards super close to their chest, announced Emmett Shear at the last minute. I mean, the fact that this has all been done in the last 4 or 5 hours is like absolutely insane. And then also from a leadership perspective, The fact that Satya is even taking another chance on the space and on Sam is pretty insane. I think every other Fortune 500 company would look at the situation. They'd be like, this is fucked. The AI industry is fucked. I'm permanently jaded. I'm never investing in this space again, like permanently swearing off of it.
I think that's true, but also I do think that it's not Sam's fault. I think it's very clear at this point, and also I'm sure Satya has way more information than us. This is a decel takeover of OpenAI. Like this is like this is like the destruction of Silicon Valley's fastest growing private company of all time. You know, almost $100 billion of value, potentially with a year or two of growth, $1 trillion company, decapitated by effective altruists, and is literally being staffed with people that are intent to slow it down and get rid of all of the advantages it has, including its key employees, and slow down its rate of progress, the 12 to 18 month lead it has over competitors. Like, this makes no sense. Like, this is unprecedented. Like, no Fortune 500 company has had a partnership where, you know, in the mainstream media, as you open New York Times, where the story shows up, where, you know, a key partner of a technological revolution has been blown up by essentially the Unabomber. Like, this is unprecedented. Like, this is not a, like, you know, Satya is like the GOAT, right? But like, this is like
Absolutely.
not normal times.
No, it's crazy, because the only thing I can think of it as self-described business historian is Enron and WorldCom, which were outright frauds that were inevitably going to collapse. This is a willful destruction of $90 billion. I'm going to rack my brain for, you know, some sample that's in there of a willful destruction of capital, but I can't think of something this big. I mean, this is, like you said, so unprecedented. It sets. There's going to be new words to describe this phenomenon.
No, it's so important that we like point this point out, right? Because like in every other situation, people would be watching in horror as the company fell apart. And by the way, remember why people are horrified by Enron? The shareholders lost everything. Their employees lost everything. It's happening to OpenAI. The tender offers blowing up. The employees are going to lose everything. Even the shitty employees that, you know, are decels are, you know, the valuation of the company is going to plummet. The investors are getting fucked. It's the same thing. You know, Martin's totally right. It's just like WorldCom. It's just like Enron. The only difference is the framing. The only difference is that it's these EAs in this sort of pseudo nonprofit structure. But that's the hard power. But the soft power is that if this company and organization, OpenAI, ran like any other company in human history, even like the East India Trading Company, if it just ran like any other company with the incentives that we're used to, this would be a massive fraud. And the OpenAI board better hope that the structure that they have in place will preserve them, because the litigation and the lawsuit and the loss of narrative, which they've already lost, by the way, they've lost the war there. It's coming for them. And, you know, as Martin knows, like fraud is not it seems like an obvious thing until it's not.
So is it fraud to not be a capitalist? They're just not capitalists. Is that fraud?
Maybe.
I think that the SBF trial has shown that, you know, something I've known personally as well, which is that when it comes to the DOJ, they define it as like really anything. And here you have a board that said, you know, we're going to sell you shares, whatever, you know, that arrangement was. And, you know, you're going to buy these shares. If you're Thrive Capital, you're sinking $100 million into this. And, you know, you have some expectation that there's a chance these shares will do well. And, you know, getting rug pulled from that is to me pretty close to fraud. And, I'd be pretty mad if I were these investors. There's nobody who has huge exposure to OpenAI but the employees. And again, this is like self-immolation that we've really never seen in the history of mankind. Patrick.
I was just going to say the weird quirk here as to whether or not it's fraud is worth mentioning, that the nonprofit is the parent company of the for-profit subsidiary. And on that structure page that they have on their website, they say, because the board is still the board of a nonprofit, each director must perform their fiduciary duties in furtherance of its mission, safe AGI that is broadly beneficial. So I still think OpenAI is going to get the absolute fucking shit suit out of them. But it's important to mention that quirk.
Yeah, the movie about this is going to be so good.
The thing will that hold though? Like that's like, you don't know what's in the agreement with the actual investors and Microsoft. That definitely supersedes anything that is posted on a public website. And like also this is unprecedented, right? Like it's very likely, I think, if this goes to litigation, that we could be seeing new case law, new precedent being set by what happens here.
Yeah, and as far as federal prosecutors are concerned, if they want to go after someone here, you're going to have to look at, are the prosecutors D-cells? Are they happy with the way this thing turned out? That's what seems quite possible.
How many years do you guys think before they make the movie on this?
TV movie, 18 months. Major feature, 4 years.
Yeah, it's going to be way better than that Facebook movie.
Let's get some more speakers up here. What a crazy night. I'm just, my caps lock key is jammed. I'm just drinking Red Bull, mainlining the timeline on 3 phones right now. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty bullish. I think like this is what Microsoft wanted. They always wished OpenAI to be in-house, so this is a big win for Microsoft. This is a big win for Sam. As someone who, I won't talk about my background, but I've done a similar move in big tech where there was internal fights of a very technical team with a big technical budget, and I just made a fork and started a new team closer to the founder. And that is a very similar move, and it worked out pretty well. And definitely pisses off the old team quite a bit, because when you have a good thing going, you have a big daddy source of money from big tech. Like if you get closer to the source, then that's how you have a sort of upstream attack. Yeah, that's the best move I think Sam could have pulled off. It's much stronger than having to go out on another tour and raise again. Now he'll be able to do whatever he wanted, his chip efforts and so on at Microsoft, and like it was said earlier, potentially even become CEO of a I don't know how much $1 trillion company, which is insane. That's a big upgrade from a $80 billion startup. So the second law of Sam is that his power, he only ascends power gradients. And I think in this case, chaos was a ladder for both Satya, Sam, and definitely not for the EAs and D-cells who went full D-cell. I just don't see how, like very often in some of these organizations, there's just like low-key EAC builders that are not necessarily vocal. They just want to build. And for the, philosophers to fuck off. And I just can't imagine them staying. And, now you have like a big tech company that's going to have some like competitive lab. They're going to be able to attract talent. They have near infinite capital. And they can offer like liquid cash comp, which, given that, the profit participation units that OpenAI were handing out, well, now they're worth jack shit. People are going to prefer that liquidity over OpenAI. And so it's going to be like, in terms of the talent war, because, like OpenAI was kind of setting the prices for the market. in terms of talent acquisition, which, for the founders in the audience is very relevant. I think now it's going to be sort of bidding war between Microsoft and Google as kind of setting the price for sort of talent in the market. So it's going to be really interesting. Lots to process from tonight. For a second there, it seemed like, Team Acceleration lost with, a big decel being put in charge of our crown jewel. But yeah, I do think people should answer. Yeah, I think lawsuits should fly. I think there's a lot of shareholder value that was destroyed. I guess even though there's no precedent for this sort of legal structure, it doesn't matter. It's worth a shot. Like, there's people who've lost significant amount of money and it had huge damage. So
lawsuits by Microsoft or by others?
Fucking everyone.
Because it seems like Microsoft is trying to play the polite game now, and it seems like they are in good terms with, like, hey, we'll collaborate with OpenAI and we'll also have our advanced research.
No, they're just gonna farm.
LPJ, they're doing that for their own shareholders. They want like Satya is like a statesman, right? Like, he wants to, and like a captain of a ship.
True, yeah, like they'll always want to have good PR. You're right.
They're just gonna vampire out the IP and the talent and just leave OpenAI, decel OpenAI as a husk of its old self, and they're just gonna it's an old strategy of in big tech. It's you partner up with a startup, you get really close, you prop them up, and then you slowly absorb either their network, their market share, right? Once you integrate products, what is it? It's get close and then extinguish. It's a whole strategy. I think Chris might remember.
Embrace, extend, extinguish. It's the Microsoft strategy.
And actually, something I noticed,
George, that's what they're doing with OpenAI.
That's what they're doing right now
through a different mechanism.
Yep.
Yeah, something I noticed.
Until now, Microsoft probably only wrapped OpenAI weights into their products. But with Greg there and actual OpenAI people there, they're going to be able to actually even train on top and make it even better. So it's possible that they could have more advanced models than OpenAI too.
I think that's possible too. And I just noticed as well, I think this is kind of obvious and we assume this, but I noticed in Satya's tweet, he actually said specifically, Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, and together with colleagues will be joining Microsoft. So it seems like they're already confirming that it's not just Greg and Sam, but other people from OpenAI as well that are actually joining.
Yeah, probably is the first.
It's going to be a mass exodus from OpenAI. It's happening right now.
It's probably immediately at least a dozen people, I'm imagining, on the low end. Yeah. Oh, and Karpathy today, he tweeted a nuclear before the Microsoft tweet. Karpathy tweeted a nuclear radiation symbol or something when Emmett Shear was announced as the CEO. So that seems to me kind of like he's disapproving of Emmett Shear being the CEO, and he might, I don't know, he might move to the new research group at Microsoft. Hopefully.
I would imagine he does. I think it's nuke from orbit, I guess. I think people that were read in knew that something savage was going to come in for a little bit, and so they were expecting it. But it's definitely savage move. I mean, they're just gonna deflate OpenAI slowly but surely, just bleed it out and suck up all the blood, suck up all the talent and market share and compute. I mean, they have the compute, so they have the leverage, right? They provide oxygen in terms of capital and compute to OpenAI, so they can kill it whenever it doesn't have any more utility to them, really. So
also, OpenAI is not going to be able to raise the money that they did prior for two reasons. One is Sam is an excellent fundraiser. Two is that well, I guess there's 3 points. Two is that the way that they're structuring the company, not to partner with companies like Microsoft, the big opportunities aren't going to be there anymore. And then three, it's just total value destruction. VCs are not going to trust them. So they're going to really have a hard time raising money.
even if the EA organizations give them money, which I assume will probably be the case going forward, it'll be a very, very small amount relative to what Sam was raising.
Even if it is
EA
a large amount, they don't have the talent anymore. And so they're going to, I think they will be outcompeted by the research group at Microsoft regardless, even if they do get a shit ton of funding.
EA just needs a few more SBFs to steal billions of dollars and funnel that money into OpenAI and Anthropic, right?
It worked for Anthropic.
It worked for Anthropic, exactly. I'm heading to bed. I just want to say, I know I said some bad things about OpenAI on Lex, and I realized now that Sam Altman was never the bad guy. It was the D-cells all along. It was the D-cell energy around the place. It was the fear mongering after GPT-2.
It's one of the things. Go ahead.
They go from writing spinning up in deep RL to saying GPT-2 is going to make fake news or something, and I'm like, you fucking kidding me? Like this is just just like I like capitalists.
I think in a lot of ways, and thank you for being here, George, and good night.
Sure.
I think in a lot of ways, it's like no good deed goes unpunished. Sam sort of, almost nice to a fault, trying to mend fences, trying to extend the olive branch, trying to integrate AI safety into this org, and it ends up sort of eating him alive. As again, sort of being too nice can be a liability in this really cutthroat world. I've seen some of the biggest mistakes in business come from having compassion, having empathy, being a nice person. And here, sort of like postmortem, one of these things that, has emerged here. I think if Sam was a tougher, more ruthless person, maybe this could have stopped. But again, that's his personality. He's, from all people who have described him, he's really just a very nice, amazingly good person. And, that, again, seems to have backfired, which is a tragedy, I think.
Yeah. On that note with George, I'm going to go to bed myself soon too, but I just want to read this quote again that I said earlier. And, for the people in the back here, it's by Sam Altman. He said, quote, "I used to be annoyed at being the villain of the EAs until I met their heroes. And now I'm proud of it." End quote.
Sam Altman was the good guy all along.
If anybody has their last things to say tonight, please, I'll pass it around. Any final comments or thoughts?
Martin, thanks for hosting. Have a good night.
Yeah. Good night. John, do you have anything?
I guess Martin, one comment, which is the kind of digesting after everything that's like transpired here, is that like this looks like an EA ploy that has destroyed potentially more value than what was destroyed with FTX. They did it through a different way that is unprecedented. But this seems to be a pattern, and I think this is going to this is going to push effective altruism back into the limelight in the mainstream media. People are going to be talking about it again, like they were with FTX. But this is unlike FTX, it was like typical fraud. This is totally new. And so I do wonder, I do think we're in uncharted territory here, and I do wonder what's going to happen. But the thing I'm currently thinking right now is that this is really just another failure of effective altruism. With a like a different shade of lipstick and a coat of paint.
Also, we shouldn't forget that Anthropic has the same board, the same 6-person effective altruist board that oversees Anthropic. So
Just to close out the policy conversation, we need to decentralize everything. We need to have open source. We need to turn back the tide of regulation that OpenAI, among many others, were pushing. And we need to fight that executive order. And the way to do that is to remember that AI is made of algorithms. Algorithms and code are speech, and speech is protected by the Constitution. Regulators should not get in the way.
Hell yes. That's right. I think the EAs were trying to centralize power in a few institutions. and co-opt those institutions, gain control, and then have like sort of state mandated oligopoly that they control, right? And want to form a sort of cartel and oligopoly, and it was going to get really dark. I mean, they're still in a position to try to do that, but depending on how Microsoft plays out. But really, we don't really, we no longer have sort of a free OpenAI. OpenAI has been subverted and co-opted entirely. Now it's just Microsoft and Google, which have been captured, like every big tech player, by the managerial class, and so we're still in a sort of vulnerable position with the future of AI right now. We can't celebrate too much. And so, there would be a possibility that, a coalition is formed between the big tech players, and then they can decide to set the pace or set the prices for AGI. And so it's really important that we, like Jim mentioned, fuel decentralized growth and make sure the control of the future of AI is decentralized so that it's fault tolerant, right? And we saw what a fault looks like this past few days. And so the mission remains really important, as important as ever. And we've had a graphic example of why it's so important. So this is just a new beginning, but what a historic weekend. I just came back from the Starship launch. It's been the craziest weekend in my recent memory. But yeah, thanks for putting this space together, Martin, and for staying up. I just had way too much caffeine, so I'm probably gonna do a chiller space after this to just keep chatting. But yeah, thanks so much.
I'll say this, my last thoughts are just think about what Sam's going to be able to do when he doesn't have to worry about running the whole existing ChatGPT platform, the App Store. Now he could focus on really going straight for AGI and possibly even, integrating with hardware as well directly. So I think we're on the cusp of something really, really cool here, and ChatGPT will keep going under OpenAI. Microsoft has a ton of money in it, so they're going to keep, making sure that it's working and continuing forward and benefiting people the way it currently does. But I think we're going to see real acceleration over like the next 6 months here.
Yeah, more speed from more players.
It does appear that there is a memo out. Let me read it out. The board firmly stands by its decision as the only path to advance and defend the mission of OpenAI. It was signed by each of the 4 directors, Adam D'Angelo, Helen Toner, Ilya Sutskever, and Tasha McCauley. Put simply, Sam's behavior and lack of transparency in his interactions with the board undermined the board's ability to effectively supervise the company in the manner it was mandated to do.
That's the whole memo?
I think so. That's all I got so far. But I think the point is, if you guys have ever, both at a startup and at large companies, you can see that pedantic things like this will win over even the biggest success. That you obey the board, you disobey the board, you're fired. It doesn't matter if you made literally $100 billion for the company. It doesn't matter if you made $1 billion for the company. It doesn't matter if you created a great cure for a new disease. Doesn't matter if you made the greatest new algorithm for neural networks. At the end of the day, you respect the corporate structure or the corporate structure dismantles you. And to me, it's insanity. The goal is shareholder value and shareholder wealth and the employees, and the stakeholders and all that stuff. And the board is, these sort of stuffed shirt bureaucrats. And, it really is a remarkable thing, his lack of transparency. And it's like,
and Martin, the other thing that bothers me is it's weasel words, right? Like you can say that about anything. Like I like in this discussion, I could accuse any speaker of not being transparent. It's not definitive. Usually when you fire a CEO, like what they did in the way that they did, by the way, they damaged his reputation. I don't think they tangibly like because the community, is supporting him, but they attempted to assassinate his character. And usually when that happens, it's a legal thing, fraud, sex,
something extreme that society is going to, just freak out about it. In this case, they did all of that to destroy his reputation. They try to cancel him in a way that you would cancel somebody that did something horrible, and they've doubled down on that. But all they've done is used weasel words because in their head, and I guarantee it's because of legal, in their head, they believe that he's been canceled like some of the worst people we've seen in history. But the lawyers probably can't translate it. So they have to use these generalities, right? The lawyers just like don't get it, right? Because they're in a fucking cult. This effective altruist cult.
What's really interesting about this is that the kind of school of business that I come from is that when you give the ball to the quarterback, it's the quarterback's game, right? It's his choice on how to play the game. If the play is to call a run, but he decides to call a pass, the coach goes with it because he's on the field. It's his job. Sam's the quarterback. The board is not. The board is at best the coach. And in this case, it was a really weak coach. So for them to criticize and question who, the man that created the most valuable startup in the last, decade and maybe one of all time, it just beggars belief. I have to run this by, these 4 people that have one millionth of the success that I have, one millionth of the intelligence I have, because I'm trying to grow this company and make this thing successful. I want to make new chips. I want to make a phone. I want to do all this stuff. What do you guys want to do? You want to follow the rules. You want to make sure that I'm transparent with you. And if I'm not transparent enough with you, then I'm going to burn this whole thing to the ground because of the pedantry that I believe in. And it's the kind of thing, it's happened to me. I know exactly this story. It's the people who can't do amazing things get jealous of the people who can. And they want some way to slap them with a ruler and say, you have to do this and you have to do that. And it's frustrating to somebody like a Sam that is sitting there saying, wait a second, don't you realize what I've provided? Don't you realize what I've made for you? And these people say, well, I don't really care about that. My job is to make sure you follow the rules. And mister, you're not following the rules. So now you're going to go to the principal's office. And it really is like this one type of person in life, and there's another type of person in life. And whether you're, a Sam Altman or you're Kamala Harris and, Elizabeth Warren, I think that, and I hope that society more and more starts to sort of see the forest for the trees that, we should respect one kind of person and not respect the other more and more. And I think we're starting to see a little bit of that with the Elons of the world getting a lot more respect and appreciation. And the folks like again, it's not just Biden or the left, it's all politicians sort of getting derided. It's the media getting derided. It's folks that, can't do but love to criticize the great proverb that has now been torched forever.
Martin, sorry for interrupting, but we have a statement from Emmett now, a long one.
Yep.
So
would you like to read it up?
LDJ
LDJ
is a great
name. It says,
okay.
Yeah, LDJ, you read it instead of me.
Oh, okay, thank you.
A few
I have
glasses
some
of wine.
hiccups right now, but okay. Is it on the billboard?
Or you can read it, Chris. I don't really care. I was just making a joke that.
All right, I'll read it. Okay, I've had a few glasses of wine. Whatever, it's late. Today, I got a call inviting me to consider a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become the interim CEO of OpenAI. After consulting with my family and reflecting on it for just a few hours, I accepted. I had recently resigned from my role as CEO of Twitch due to the birth of my now 9-month-old son. Spending time with him has been every bit as rewarding as I thought it would be, and I was happily avoiding full-time employment. I took this job because I believe that OpenAI is one of the most important companies currently in existence. When the board showed the situation and asked me to take the role, I did not make the decision lightly. Ultimately, I felt that I had a duty to help if I could. I spent today drinking from the fire hose as much as possible, speaking with the board, a small number of major partners, and listening to employees. Our partnership with Microsoft remains strong, and my priority in the coming weeks will be to make sure we continue to serve all of our customers well. OpenAI employees are extremely impressive, as you might have guessed, and mission-driven in the extreme. And it's clear that the process and communications around Sam's removal
have been handled very badly, which has seriously damaged our trust. I have a 3-point plan for the next 30 days. Number 1 is hire an independent investigator to dig into the entire process leading up to this point and generate a full report. Number 2 is continue to speak to as many of our employees, partners, investors, and customers as possible, take good notes, and share the key takeaways. Number 3 is reform the management and leadership team in light of recent departures into effective force to drive results for our customers. Depending on the results, everything we learn from I think there's a typo there. I will drive changes in the organization up to and including pushing strongly for significant government changes if governance changes if necessary. I will be rolling these out as they become clear over the 30-day period. OpenAI's stability and success are too important to allow turmoil to disrupt them like this. I will endeavor to address the key concerns as well, although in many cases, I believe it may take longer than a month to achieve true progress. I have nothing but respect for what Sam and the entire OpenAI team have built. It's not just an incredible research project and software project, but an incredible company. I'm here because I know that, and I want everyone to do everything in my power to protect it and grow it further. It's now 1 a.m. and I'll pick this up tomorrow. P.S. I am posting this here both because I think it's in the general public's interest to know in this case, but please don't expect all future internal comms to come through a public channel. P.P.S. Before I took the job, I checked on the reasoning behind the change. The board did not quote unquote, not remove Sam over any specific disagreement on safety. Their reasoning was completely different from that. I'm not crazy enough to take this job without board support for commercializing our awesome models. So that's the statement. It looks like it was written pretty haphazardly because there's definitely many typos.
Thank you. Yeah,
that's the statement.
That's super interesting. He said that it had nothing to do with safety because that kind of removes a lot of theories that people were having.
I think the major thing here is that it looks like the board hired him and that I don't know if this is a psyop and the board wants to sort of hide and make it look like they're going to investigate this, or if they hired him and he actually is going to do this investigation. I will say I've heard mixed things. I don't know him. I don't know him personally, and I've never really followed him. I know that he's blocked some EACs. He doesn't like EAC. But I have heard from some people that I personally trust quite a bit, that while he is a doomer and is anti-EAC, that he's a good person, and they have a lot of respect for him. And so if you know, even if he is a doomer and anti-EAC, if you know he believes that investigating this decision making and the governance is important, it would align with the folks that I did talk to earlier today in private, which is that he is a very upstanding person, and given his experience founding companies and all this stuff, there could be an aspect where you know, that component is very important. You know, I could see it, for example, in myself, where even if I have a strong ideology on something, you know, mismanagement and governance issues in a startup, which is also something that I've seen and touched in my career. You know, I could see myself prioritizing that over my ideology. And so hopefully he's doing that here.
Yeah, I've also
anyways,
heard.
So
I was just gonna say I've also heard similar about, you know, like how he's kind of sorry, my hiccups. He's kind of a doomer, but at the same time, I've heard a lot about how he's like a genuine person. Like, in Martin himself has said similar things, I think. Right, Martin?
Yeah, no, it was a lovely 2-hour conversation with him. First time I met him, and he was, you know, absolutely charming guy, smart, engaging. Sounds like he's, you know, a good family man as well. Didn't really disagree on anything. I think, obviously he leans how he leans. But I like the fact that he said we're going to commercialize our awesome models. I mean, that seems very clear.
You cut out for me. Probably for the others too.
Yeah, you cut out for me as well.
Sort of safetyists and decels. So these folks push Sam out, over ideology. Impossible.
You're like cut out for a good half, 50% on and off of what you just said.
Okay, I won't repeat it.
Sorry, yeah. The main part of what you're saying though about how he's, a genuine person, he wants to commercialize things, he's a doomer, but yeah, because both, I think, you, Beff, and Martin, you both personally met with him and personally know him to some extent, but he blocked both of you, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I've talked to him in person. Like Martin said, he's quite charming, easy to talk to, and so on. I was definitely like starting like towards the end of the first long conversation, starting to feel like, okay, no, he's very stuck in his ways, and you could get a feel for how open-minded someone is, or if someone's just kind of feigning open-mindedness but has like stiff, latent priors, and I couldn't see him budging at all, even with my explanation. So I was like, okay, this is not gonna go anywhere. And then through more interactions on Twitter, I think he didn't like my tweeting, which is more abrasive than my style of conversation, right? Because it is mimetically optimal, and to me, this is a mimetic war. I do think that fighting a mind virus with any sort of mimetic tactic is unrestricted mimetic warfare is what I pursue. And so this it's maybe a bit abrasive, and then he decided to block me. But I mean, that statement seems completely reasonable. He's just trying to see what the fuck is going on, and obviously not commercializing models would be absolutely stupid, and ensure that they can never secure capital unless they raised, I don't know from who, but now they're kind of canceled in many ways because they've destroyed trust. Like they've cratered the value of the company, because the whole value of the company was like the momentum mode, and they've killed that, right? Like that was the whole value of the company, right? They maybe have a couple of tricks and IP. Those are going to get eroded away on a 1 to 2 year time scale, right? The real moat was the talent, and now they're going to lose it because they're all going to go to Microsoft, because instead of having shares that won't fucking print, they're going to have liquid RSUs, right? And if they have a nice sort of deep mind like situation where it's sort of isolated, and Sam has like a Demis type situation where all their code is compartmentalized and they don't have to interact with the rest of the org too much, that's like a really good situation. You just have a infinite cash, and you don't have to figure out weird deals. You just have the cash is just sitting there, and you could just use it to train bigger models, right? Like I think it feels like this has settled into its like natural state. And for Microsoft, this is a way to circumvent the need for circumvent the I guess they would have faced scrutiny if they would have straight up acquired OpenAI, right? So that's why they did the 51-49 weird thing. But now they got the acquisition they wanted, in a sense. So for Microsoft, this is an immense win. For Google, it's like, well, now it's like big tech versus big tech.
Yeah, now Microsoft has their own DeepMind, effectively.
Yeah. Exactly, right? So that's basically what it's going to shape out to be.
I wonder what they'll name it.
Open mind.
Next to AI.
Next to AI.
Closed AI.
No, I think it's just Microsoft Research, but maybe they'll have a spicy name for the
Well, he
lab.
said
But
Sam's the CEO, which implies that it's like an independently, like, or somewhat
yeah,
independent organization like DeepMind is to Google.
yeah, that makes sense. But nowadays, DeepMind got absorbed, but into Google as Google DeepMind equals Google Brain equals Google Research. I don't know. It's a mess.
Yeah.
But
I think they'll have a name announced probably that's not just Microsoft Research, because it seems to imply that it's like separate from just the standard Microsoft
yeah, I
Research.
mean, they probably want the brand to be disentangled to attract the top talent and to signal that it's not
For
too
mimetic
close to the
reasons,
mothership.
the internet would melt down if they named it Sydney.
Yeah, they have many choices for what to name this thing.
So if
But
it's
what if
not safety, if it wasn't kicking them out over safety, what can we read between the lines about what they said? Like not
I
being
think
direct with the board. What's
I have a
left?
theory. I don't know how many people are here. Oh, just us and our 3,000 closest friends, right? I mean, so let's look at the temporal correlation here. And let's look at the backgrounds of those on the board. I do think like, okay, so this is schizo theory. Please don't sue me. No, I'm like this is total theory. Okay. All right. Thank you. But essentially, what was happening in the past few days? There was APAC, right? There was a lot of Chinese leaders in town, and there were meetings happening. And I think one of the board members is interested in like national security and AI in China and so on. And maybe there's been some meetings that shouldn't have happened or weren't told to the board with said leaders of various nations, and that was a big red flag, right? But at the end of the day, we don't know what was discussed. What was the meeting? What were those meetings necessarily? But obviously, if there were discussions to cooperate with, with China, let's say, that would be a big no-no, right? And so that's more of a sort of national security, sort of deep state, sort of warranted coup, right? Or, but who knows, right? Like, and they point to the companies that were being propped up for chips. Like, I know that, I mean, it's not a secret that, when you need a shit ton of money, you go to the Saudis, and sometimes, depending which check you take, sometimes there's Chinese ties, right? And so,
Isn't that safety again, though, if you're bringing up national security?
I
guess
not
it depends
quite.
how
I
Emmett
think
maybe interprets it.
I think like no, safety is like you don't want to build an AGI system, and then another one is just you don't want
The
Chinese
wrong
money
person to have
owning,
access to the system.
yeah, access to the IP or owning it. Like in general, like you're not supposed to take Chinese investment whatsoever for AI right now. Like I think it's like at the national level, like mandated. I'm not an expert in this, but like so if it's like through a proxy, then that might be a non-bullshit, EA like weird reason to raise a red flag, but that should have just been like an internal discussion, like, hey, we shouldn't take this money. It's 1 degree away from being Chinese compromised. And so, that's interesting. If that were the case, then that's a whole discussion. But now that, things are moving to Microsoft, obviously Microsoft does work with the government. They probably want to, clean hands so they wouldn't do such deals. So I don't know what's going to happen with all that. But, if you're really eager to get money, there is money out there sometimes, but there's different degrees of how clean the money is. And then when you get in the billions, you can't necessarily keep track of, where every dollar came from, right? And I think like, one thing about EAC is about maintaining freedom and variance and adaptability of the system, and obviously encouraging totalitarianism, and providing tools for top-down authoritarian totalitarianism is like that's not very EAC. I don't know, but
Yeah, I think you're around the right lines, but I think it might be more of like a conflict of interest on like related to companies. So, for example, we know that he invested a ton into at least Humane, and then coincidentally, 3 days after the OpenAI Dev Day event, Humane releases their thing that is based on this GPT-4 like thing that's very similar to the GPT system that was announced 3 days prior. And then there's just kind of like multiple things like that with companies that Sam is involved in that seem to be leveraging OpenAI related tech and like giving early access or things like that. I also heard things along the lines of like YC companies getting a bunch of early access to certain potential
that makes a
OpenAI.
lot of sense. Like I think
Yeah.
like if you don't have like that's the thing. If you don't have shares in the company, you're not incentive aligned. You're just like you can't blame someone from trying to do what's in their best interest. Well, you can, I guess, but like
Yeah.
but the point is
I
like,
get what you
yeah,
mean.
no
Yeah.
shit. Like if he had like, realistically, he should have a $10 billion stake in OpenAI. He wouldn't be doing all these side hustles, right? Like it would bring
Yeah,
focus, right? But at
maybe,
the same
yeah.
time, it's like the fault of the corporate structure to some extent, right? So I wouldn't blame him. Like he's got to, like
But
he's
yeah, I
putting
don't
in the
think it's
work.
necessarily a bad thing yet either. But I think this would maybe make sense why they kind of said things along the lines of Sam Altman's not being consistently candid with us, or oh, it's a communication issue.
Well,
Like I
it's
feel like
probably
those,
difficult for him to say what should come up to the level of the board because he has
exactly,
his
yeah.
hands in many plays, right? And of
Yeah,
course,
like it's like why the fuck should I tell the board about this humane company that like yeah.
well, that one wasn't exactly secret. I don't know, but yeah. In any case, sorry.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah.
yeah. Somebody wants to, John.
Yeah, there's something about the purity of incentives and alignment that profit motive gives that must be almost maddening to people who are anti-capitalism, because it's just so clear that when somebody is fully motivated by just a regular for-profit company stake, it's a very pure motive.
I get what you mean, yeah. Like it's direct. You have the direct incentive to increase the value of the company as much as possible because that's increasing your value, etc.
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
so that's the EAC principles, right? It's like everything's a sort of fractal or fractal-like structure of meta-organisms of like things being a part of a bigger thing, and they are a piece of it, right? And in a sense, like as a CEO or an executive, your control system for this meta-organism that is a corporation, and your personal mental loss function of like your gains should be aligned with that of the company, and that's why you have ownership, right? That's why it's important to have executives that are aligned with the company so that they are one, right? Like the interests of the company are the self interests of the leader, right? And for the same reason why this board is fucking broken, didn't have enough stake in the company, otherwise they would, out of their own self-interest, they would do what's in the best interest of the shareholders, right? And this is why it's dangerous to have like poor corporate governance. So like it's both like the CEO didn't have enough of the stake in the company and wasn't incentive aligned fully with the company. He had like incentive alignment to have these proxy efforts where he would get returns, and then the board wasn't incentive aligned because it was a weird fucking corporate structure that was broken and should have never existed. And the main advantage this corporate structure provided them was to attract these kind of like highly autistic genius EAs. I mean, a lot of them are like just genius savant autists, that are really good at machine learning, and then they really crave a sense of community, and then EA was like the only option, and so it preyed upon the lonely autists, and subverted them and co-opted them. But yeah, sorry, it's like 3:30 a.m.
No, you're good. It's 4:30 a.m. over here in Florida.
Yeah. I just drove from Starbase to Austin. So it's
Did you
been
feel,
what's
did you feel
that?
the impact of the Starship launch? Like, did you actually like feel the waves?
It's fucking loud. Yes, you feel it. Like, you cannot. You do not. It's like 200 decibels, right? Like, even if you're 6 miles away, that's like really loud. It's like if it's right next to you, it's like sound is weird that way. But yeah, and I witnessed the explosion and supernova. It looked like a supernova in the sky. I couldn't believe my eyes, really. It was kind of surreal because there was a Twitter space till like 2 a.m. and then I got up at 4:30 a.m. to walk to see the launch in the morning. And then I visited Starbase.
Ooh, you went to the Starbase after party?
Not the after party. I think that was closed down. I think
And then
they
you're
had
still
a
trying to
lockdown for
process.
Elon. They had a lockdown for Elon security. So, but I went the night before, and I don't know. I spent a couple days there, and was dealing with all this news over there. But yeah, I mean, it's like, in a sense, it's like a white pill, right? You can't really stop the acceleration, right? Like, there's too much growth, and like the system adapts to maximize its growth. AI has too much expected utility to be put in the hands of a couple commies and giving them full control of the future of humanity. And today, the EAs, past couple of days, the EAs have really tried to play their hand, and now they've kind of lost. It's kind of over. They're kind of fucked.
They're not going to make it in GMI.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like that's the irony of communism. It needs capitalism to get to the point of like creating abundance and wealth, and then it tries to install communism to like have a managed top-down managed system. But then that's when the decline starts, right? And so, like, the reality is, like, you should just stay capitalist. Like, it's that simple. There's emergent altruism, right? Like, if you have a very potent AI system that can solve a ton of problems, then that is massively deflationary and increases the quality of life of humans. And right now, what we need is deflationary forces, because inflation has caused life to be so expensive that people are dissuaded from having children. So stopping acceleration and stopping the deflation is actually like killing future humans, right? So I think it's really important, and I think like these armchair sort of philosophers that think they can predict how the system will behave at scale, or what the fuck is AGI, or how it would interact with the physical world. Like, they're just theorizing, and like, you can't predict highly complex systems with a cheap word cell mental model with sci-fi priors.
I do have to start heading to bed, but
Yep.
Martin, Beff, Chris, it was really nice talking to you guys and everybody else as usual, and look forward to our next convo. All right.
Thanks, man.
See you. Bye.
Well, let's get Chris up here.
I was gonna say, did y'all see Greg's new statement like 15 minutes ago?
Probably not. Let's see.
Yeah, no new surprises there. Jakob coming over, big win for Microsoft. Jakob is the chief architect of GPT-5, or at least most people believe so. Would imagine not everybody who wants to work with guys like that will leave soon, but the idea that he's part of senior management, very interesting. Simon Sedor, another sort of expected defection, early employee. The third guy was a little surprising, safety guy. Never heard of him. But that's the team. But I think there'll be more, being announced very shortly. Very interesting that they sort of have their 5 senior managers picked out already.
By the way,
Incredible.
thanks for I had to reconnect. But Microsoft is up pre-market more than they were down on post-market on Friday.
What's up, nerds? I'm here as the resident expert in all things Emmett. I've been following this incredibly interesting CEO since I started working at Twitch during the Amazon acquisition, and I don't think we're ready for the era of reply guys we're entering. I feel like this laugh reply I just pinned is particularly interesting, where he's replying to Eigen, who's saying specifically, is Microsoft going to put Sam in charge of interfacing with OpenAI and running the partnership? Because that would be hilarious. To which the new CEO of OpenAI replied with a laugh emoji. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting era.
I just I requested to speak to come up here because I know Emmett personally and socially. I've gotten to know him over the past year. He and I have had many conversations and hung out a couple of times and discussed AI. And so, one thing that strikes me about Emmett is that his online personality is very different than his in-person personality, maybe similar to you, Beff. So I hope that people will kind of understand that the way he shows up online may be different than how he's going to show up at OpenAI and as a friend. And I just wanted to say that, like, my impression of him is he's a really honorable man. He's a good family man. He deeply cares about his friends. He's brilliant. And I've known him to be maybe more open-minded than your experience of him, Beff. And so I did just want to pop on and say that myself is just like another testimony to him being a rather good person. And I'm hoping for the best for that situation.
On top of that,
That's
negotiations between like crazy parties is something he's particularly good at. Like when Twitch got acquired, he did an incredible job of keeping Amazon out of Twitch for over 5 years. Like I did not feel any impact from the acquisition at all beyond my stock actually being worth something, which is nuts when you think about becoming part of AWS and still having like purple Ethernet cables and shit because he wouldn't let Amazon change a fucking thing. So he's good at like negotiating on behalf of the people at the company. And I'm curious to see how he's able to like get the average OpenAI employee on his side during this chaos.
That's good to hear, Jamie and Theo, but he does have all these decel anti-EX statements, so don't you think he's going to slow things down?
I mean, I intend to have that conversation with him personally. I sent him a message earlier today and I said, hey, I know you're probably very busy right now, but really looking forward for our next time to chat. And I've been seeing him in some group friend chats. So it is something that I'm curious about. But something I will say is that he, as a person, is also rather based. And someone also made a comment earlier about how he may show up in his CEO role differently than, and essentially keep his ideology to the side and put the needs of the company first. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, but that would be expected for the role of a CEO. So I guess we will just see, and I'm hoping to learn and find out.
I mean, the problem is, I think Sam tried to do that, and he's doing really well by all measures, right? And again, I met Emmett for the first time a month ago, and we had a very nice conversation. Perfect guy, whatever. But this isn't a normal org. Is the problem? It seems like an org that is possessed by this weird demon, and this isn't the first time it's happened, right? That's what very early OpenAI person told me. Unfortunately. Well, we'll see if he's wrong or not, but he said that, Martin, we've been through these crises before, and every time we come out stronger. The first crisis was Anthropic, and it was just basically decels and safetyists saying, we're out of here, you guys are too crazy. And now the same thing has happened. And, it's this like recurring theme. So one of the problems that, again, forget politics for a second, but one of the themes you see in political arguments where you have zealotry, and to me, this is nothing but just zealotry for safety, is that it's often never enough. You sort of give an inch, which is what Sam did, they take a mile. You give another inch, they take another mile. So I wish him luck. He seems like a very nice guy, like you said, but he's up against this like new cabal of zealots that will eat him alive if he doesn't sort of follow these. It's like Ilya is in charge. Not.
Oh, I would disagree with that. I mean, like my.
Well, he doesn't make the call, is my point, is that Ilya's the boss now. I mean, Ilya disagreed with Sam. He got the safetyists to fire Sam. And Sam did an amazing job. Emmett's going to have to do not just an amazing job, but he's also going to have to listen and obey the board that has a very clear mandate. Sorry, I'm cutting you off.
No, that's okay. I mean, my impression of Emmett and getting to know him is that he is incredibly strong-willed and hardened and resilient, and like I said, very based. Like the kinds of conversations that we have had, he has been so forthright and direct, even though it was in direct contradictions to things I cared about. So I think he's just like a man of his word, and he says what he means, and he does what he means. So we'll see, I guess.
I agree. I like him. I tend to like him too, but I think that this is a job that is a very big job that is again going to require him sort of like straddling this almost religiosity that seems to be required to run this company, and also straddling, evidently business needs that I think are going to get awfully complex over the next couple of years as this company is going to struggle. As we said earlier, like, raising capital is basically out of the question for OpenAI.
I think you're both right. And I will say, to Jamie's point, his post on X, he is saying that he's going to do an investigation and look at OpenAI's governance, which is against what the board would probably want on a personal basis. So like the clock is ticking, right? Like he's going to be CEO. It's going to be a while before we see if he has any impacts. If he's decel and he doesn't launch any more products or whatever, we're going to see that. But he's committed to two things that I think are very important. So one, he is sort of against the rumors about the board or even Ilya. He's committed to OpenAI's customers and the products. Which I think is really important. And two is whether or not he actually does a fair investigation of the governance. And if he ends up, trying to maintain his relationship with Microsoft, even if that's hard, and he still commits to, he doesn't shut down the API, he doubles down on that, and he actually does a board investigation. I actually think that's pretty, admirable. But long term, the guy is definitely a doomer. So like, they definitely killed the $90 billion of value of the company. Like the tender offer is over. That's not going to succeed. The Microsoft relationship is completely unhinged. It's gone. Satya hired Sam. It's over. That's a major blow. Also a source of their big financing. So now he has a lot of, outside of even the doomerism and everything he's promising, the guy has his work cut out for him. He has a lot of challenges because the reality is that the board of OpenAI has created a complete disaster situation. So it doesn't really matter who the CEO is. So I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that he'll be a good CEO. But I also think that he is a doomer. He's going to slow down progress. And then it doesn't matter who the CEO is. As long as it's not Sam and the situation is what it is, the board has created a total train wreck.
Yeah, Emmett has some mighty courage for stepping up to the plate in this situation. Also, I don't know if the audio cut out or if nobody's speaking.
I think it's just quiet all of a sudden.
Okay.
Oh, we still have like
everyone's just,
2.3 thousand people.
I mean, it's like the series of events has been like mind blowing to me. Like I'm still trying to fathom everything, and like how a potentially $90 billion corporation just got like blown up over the weekend.
Oh yeah, it's. I mean, it's the like it can't be salvaged at this point. I
I
mean,
mean,
to an extent it can be, but like for the employees, losing the $90 billion tender offer, like for many, this is a lifetime opportunity, and we have to be naive not to realize that generally people are driven by financial interests. And also, these are people that worked incredibly hard, have given up a lot, have executed amazingly well, and now have an unprecedented situation where their success and even Sam's success as CEO, instead of being rewarded, is completely rug pulled in an unprecedented, non-capitalistic way. It's complete. It makes no sense whatsoever. And it's not just that they're going to be out of a job or it's bad news for them. It means they can't make the down payment on their house, they can't pay their kids' colleges, and all the things that for months these employees have been planning, because the $90 billion valuation is not a new thing. We've known OpenAI has been successful for a long time. We knew that the profit share equity type, it's not exactly equity, but the profit share is valuable, and the non-voting equity that trades on secondary markets trades at a massive premium, and you're pulling it away from these employees. And I've been in the situation many times, including even my current equity in, let's say, like Notion. Like you can't, even when the company is doing well, you can't trade it all the time. And OpenAI, I was talking to some folks last week about OpenAI's equity. Like, they have a healthy secondary market, and right now, no one's going to know what the price of their secondary equity is. So what's going to happen is it's not going to go to zero, but it's going to stop trading, and it's likely the tender offer is completely off the table. So employees will have no liquidity. And this is a massive rug pull. It's a huge rug pull.
The price discovery on something like that will be very like tenuous. But for me, I think the craziest part about this is the lack of clarity of the reasoning for the decision that was made. This is like worse than like a John Scully moment with like Steve Jobs being replaced by Pepsi's CEO. Okay, like at least like even though he wasn't from the sector, at least he wasn't like anti-PC. Okay, like yes, this guy, he's former Twitch, he's in the tech space, but he's a decel, bro. Like, I mean, if he wants to switch his narrative now, that's fine. But like,
it's
you can't.
transparency.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, it's akin to Apple, whereas like Sam he is the company at the end of the day. Like, he is the person that everyone looks to and has led us into this space. And you can't just like throw a random face up there and expect people not to react like extremely.
Well, the board has doubled down with their Ilya's recent statement is, I believe it was Ilya. It's been a long weekend. Is that Sam was fired due to the lack of transparency with the board, which again is, anybody can pull that thing out of their ass. I can accuse any well-meaning person on the speaker stage right now that they're not being transparent. And again,